Let's make it happen, Cap.
Oh, 7, and we are back again because there's so much to digest. Yeah, it was 2 hours, right? But it was a lot to digest. All right. Let us do this, man. All right. We are live and we are going to get into just a conversation, man, of what did we witness here the other day, and what does that mean going forward? But just in general, let's cue up from Chris. What's having Twix?
We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale.
So he's adamant. Chris is like, it's confirmed. It's confirmed. We can build. We can be better.
Stop. I was muted this whole time.
Oh no.
What's up? I didn't so wait. You gonna watch the video?
Well, I'm gonna queue up a little bit, right? But just to kind of get us on track of what we want to discuss. I mean, we want to discuss everything, but within reasonable amount of time, just to kind of look at what were the highlights, what was the highs and lows, and what kind of like piqued your interest, what was lacking, what was something that you wanted to see but did not, things of that nature. But let's queue up, and here we go. Here's Chris.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together.
He pretty much nailed it right there. He said it's possible. No doubt about it. 07 Skyhawk. And we also have Skyhawk here to bring in the discussion and add some conjecture. Okay, just jump into Discord, Skyhawk. 07?
07 Skyhawk.
But yeah, he pretty much said here, it's done, pretty much. They can do it.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale.
That nails it right there. Right there, point blank.
Seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together.
Thousands.
Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months.
Bam, right there. He's keeping it simple, but the content of what he's saying is very potent.
It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once.
700, not 6. We jumped another 100.
Kimmy.
Yes, sir.
It's okay if it's not possible. I just want to ask, is it possible, the video that you're playing, is it possible for you to stream it through Discord? Because I can hear it, but I can't see it. So I don't know if you're gonna point out anything from what I can see. Because of course, if I watch the stream, it's delayed a little bit. If you can't, that's fine. I just wanted to pose the question.
Let me see if I can do it. I'm gonna see how can I. Oh, to Discord, within Discord. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, like share your screen on Discord or something like that.
Yep. That was just what I was thinking too. Alrighty, sir. Let's get after this. Okay, what I'm gonna do is make this.
Yeah, because
you see my screen on Discord, OBS.
Oh, hold on.
Let me know.
Yeah. I see your OBS setup.
Okay. All right. Cool. But you can
That
hear
works.
it, right? So we're good.
Yeah. I think I was already hearing it. I
Yes.
just wasn't seeing it.
Yeah. So yeah, mute the stream, but still keep it up in Discord. Okay.
Yeah.
So mute you guys in Discord, right?
Wait, what?
Wait a minute. Is that what Skyhawk is saying? Mute. So we can. Oh, you can mute the stream. Okay. Okay. We'll do. Cool. Hey, where is Skyhawk? Okay, there he is. 07 Sky.
He was in the waiting room. I don't see him anymore.
Yeah, let me send him an invite.
There he is.
Okay, he popped up. All right. 07 Sky.
There we go.
All
Do you hear
right.
me? Yeah.
We can hear you, man, perfectly. 07.
Let me
So
see if I can see your screen. You're sharing,
Okay.
right?
yes.
Do I need to turn myself up? Because I've turned down my mic for sensitivity purposes.
Okay, let me see. I can turn you up.
I'm just asking if I need to. 'Cause some people have been telling me I've been quiet.
You're
But,
a little bit quieter than he is for me.
Okay, let me turn him up. Okay, you're being turned up right now.
Wait. Hey, he's talking about in Discord, I believe, right, Sky?
Yeah.
Okay, can
In
you hear him
Discord,
better
in
now?
Discord. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm turning myself up right now. I'll go
Yeah,
up
let
to
him turn. In Discord, you're quieter to me than he is, so you're probably quieter on stream as well, I'm guessing.
All right. Well, I'm going to go back up to 100%. So I should be good now.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay. All right.
Are we all kind of fairly well balanced audio wise, sound wise?
You guys sound good on my end.
All right. Yeah,
All
my anyway, go ahead.
Okay, 07
On
Bender.
with the show.
All right, let's bring back Chris again, but he kept it short, but it was concise. It was very clear and very confident that there's no mistaking here. So I want to highlight that, but listen to his statement. Watch it because it's in closed caption as well. But he did not. Yes, Bender. He did not flinch at all. He did not flinch with this statement. So hear it out.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness.
So he's saying on the server side, it's working flawlessly. Now, given what Benoit has said about each department and how they're doing debugging and they're flagging, whose baby is this that's acting up or being bad, right?
That's funny.
But it's the software, right? So in other words, the foundation and the servers are working. But how do you guys feel about that? I mean, it's like to me, he's giving us insight on their end, and the other pieces are maybe the devs have to go in and do some house cleaning. But what's your take on it?
I don't know who wants to go first. Go ahead.
I'm like, I would probably say pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Like, we're achieving what we went after and what everyone said was impossible for the longest time. You know, like every time they talked about server meshing and like Chris is a quack, you know, like, oh, he's a dictator, you know, like just all the sayings, like people just but like unbelieving, right, that it's possible. And now that we're here, you know, like you don't hear those voices anymore, but that's neither here nor there. But like, yeah, what Chris is saying is like, he's saying pretty much it's been running flawlessly. Like we have done this thing, and as much as people like to try to bash, and I think, you know, he did very PR state this, you know, politically correct, because like he's saying, you know, all the hate that they get for what they're not doing. And this is one of those things about server counts. He's like, we've been consistently running games with 700 people on a server or like in game, all connected, and people who can't do it and said it was impossible, all the naysayers, who said it couldn't be done, and it's being done. And even now there's still people's like, oh, it's not done. He's like, it's happening right now, and it's been happening consistently. That's what I got out of it, you know, like and you know, he wasn't vindictive about it or anything, or like attacking anyone, but he's like, look, you know, the proof is in the pudding, you know. That's kind of what I like. And it's like, a believer. I've already seen what they can do. You know, I told this to John Crew and Ben Curtis. What was it? Ben Curtis. Yeah. When I met them yesterday, and it's just like, you know, you guys had me back in 2015, back with the Star Hangar in Port Olisar. Like then you guys were doing stuff that no one else was doing, right? So like ever since then, it's just been caveat after caveat, sprinkles, chocolate pudding, you know, everything you can imagine. The works on my ice cream is just like, it's just more and more and more. So, you know, that was my sole objective when I met both of them, was just to encourage them both, be like, hey, you know, I know it gets loud on the internet, you know, but there are people who believe in the project and believe in you guys, you know, just to kind of give them that support. But, you know, and I hope that goes all the way up to Chris, you know, like as he's saying, he's like, I know it gets frustrating. He gets frustrated at times, and especially because like, I'm not gonna say misreporting, but people are just they just don't know. Like they just don't know, or they don't want to know. And so he says it here in plain English. It's like, hey, we're doing what we promised. You know, like the server meshing is here. Yeah.
Yep. I truly believe it's here, for sure. That's pretty interesting, man. And the fact that you met John Crew and Ben Curtis, that's pretty cool. I would have come back to that, but Skyhawk, from his statement, what is it? How is it resonating with you that we have 700 people and server meshing is doing its thing?
Well, yeah, like kind of like he said, the internet is loud and mostly nonsense, and there's still people that'll claim that things aren't working, the servers aren't better, etc. People forget so quickly and easily just how much different our experience was with the game. Not that long ago. They forget about the 30Ks that lost us everything. They forget about the 4.0 when that came out, and we had server meshing, but forget about the server errors that you get every 30 seconds sometimes on a server.
Oh my God.
Like, and just how bad it was initially versus now. And I heard a fairly well-known streamer claim that the servers are still running at no better than 5 FPS, which of course is factually untrue. I'm not going to state who that was, but you know, it's reactionary stuff to things that they say. It's like, they're not any better. Well, that's just objectively false. They have accomplished the things. Are they perfect? No online environment that has hundreds of people on it it's going to be perfect all the time. But when they got 4.0 to a certain relative stable state, they still had, because you know, we have our persistence, right? You know, and that still is an issue that they are continuing to work on and improve, and how persistence works and its impact on the server. When they got 4.0 fairly stable, they still were having server degradation, you know, like to a point where a server would last about 48 hours and things would just collapse, and the server would end up just completely killing itself. They've gotten that to where the server degradation lasts for, the servers are pretty solid for up to 4 days before they start to see that decline. It's all because of persistence, not server meshing, right? And behind the scenes, they already are doing, server refreshes, that we don't even know are happening. So they eliminate as much of that degradation. When it starts to degrade to a certain point, they're already going in and refreshing those servers to eliminate most of that degradation.
Yeah.
They still have work to do with a little bit of persistence cleanup when it comes to some things.
Yes.
They've gotten better at that. Yes, we do still have desync sometimes, but desync compared to what we used to have, not anywhere close to being as bad as it used to be.
Right.
So we've made significant progress in server meshing itself is working tremendously well. And it is unique in the fact that one, it's at a large scale, both in a large environment, the large number of people, but it's also seamless in a way that does not happen in any other game. I mean, there are games that have server meshing, but it's not like this. It's not seamless across servers like what they've accomplished here. That is a much bigger, significant accomplishment than I think a lot of people really even understand. It's not just that it's seamless from your experience, but it's seamless in the eyes of another person as you're transitioning from one server to the other. Which doesn't really happen in any other server meshed game environment presently. So they've accomplished some significant things with that. They don't need to get dynamic server meshing for them to continue to expand because of how the tech works itself. So we will continue to get more and more planetary systems before we get dynamic. But the tech itself is significant, and they will continue to improve upon the efficiency of the persistence that we have, and cleaning up things that need to be cleaned up, and the ways in which they go about doing that. I keep telling them, hey man, a lot of that stuff is like player dead ships that they have to clean up. It's you need to build a system of missions that are not just missions created for pre-designed cleanups. Give us jobs, post the jobs for player ships that let us clean the servers by salvaging and these things, make the things that players are doing more dynamic to missions that are created because of players and not just pre-designed missions. That will allow them to kind of clean things up, with the help of the users. But there's the persistent side is probably honestly the most difficult part of this whole thing. And that's the area where if we start to see issues, it's really persistent related issues that are creeping into what we still see. But compared to the beginning of this year, compared to 3.23 before we got 4.0, compared to 3.18, it's night and day, the difference in the experience. And no one who's being honest can really deny that. But people have really short-term memories. They're very fickle. If there's anything that's not perfect, then they'll see it as being no better than it ever was. But that's simply the case. And what he's stating is just simply the facts. People don't like that, and people will still complain it. But the truth is the truth. There's been a significant improvement in how the game works, the experience, the stability of it. It's not perfect. It probably will never be perfect all the time, but massively different. And as because the tech that they've introduced and they've continued to work and improve has gotten to a very, very good state, and is a significant accomplishment for any game.
For sure. Yep. Great points, guys. And another thing is, the community will never blurt out the information that, hey, I have a potato computer I've been using for 8-9 years, pushing the limits of it, or I'm still on a freaking hard drive. They'll never tell you that. But that's the case in point, because they want CIG to stretch way beyond limitations to accommodate them, unfortunately. And
to some extent,
people can't have it their way all the time.
To some extent, CIG does seriously need to upgrade their minimum spec, though, because their minimum specs are very, very low.
Yeah.
Compared to today and what watch. Their minimum specs are lower than a lot of other games' minimum specs that don't
No.
push things as much as Star Citizen. They're too low.
Yeah.
So people running those minimum specs expecting the game to get better than F15 FPS, I don't think even as a optimized, it's not going to get much better than that
No.
because their minimum specs needs to be updated. They're way out of date.
Yeah.
Way out of date. Like they're way too low.
Yeah.
But that being said, yeah, I mean, their performance versus like stability are two different things, and I think some people do not equate. They equate one with the other. Like my performance is still terrible. This game's not stable. Right,
not the same. Yeah.
Right, and they're not the same.
Not the
same things. Yeah.
Yep. So I think the other points of what you made were the fact that they need to do some culling or clearing up, and they are currently investigating. And that was one of the recent things that Benoit Beausejour mentioned in that 2-hour segment of Star Citizen Live, that they are going back, and then because now they see how robust, how persistent their servers are, now they're going to go back and dial things accordingly to like water bottles and things of that nature, as well as ship beacons being generated. So they are making those steps, but unfortunately we didn't see that happen this year. But for the sheer fact that he's got so many fires, so many irons in the fire right now, that's probably going to be one of those things that they look into for next year with the announcement of dynamic server meshing, to kind of get all that put together and make that one seamless process. So I'm feeling good about this, guys. I like what he said. And to me, just looking at the statement again, even though I was there, I'm looking at it again. I'm just like, holy smokes, I didn't see this. This is crazy. I think it was adrenaline and the outside, things going on. I didn't have full attention on this.
Hang out with other people, so obviously there would be conversations and other things kind of taking place as some stuff is going on too. So it's easy to miss a sentence or two here and there, or even like a short clip.
Yes. So he's saying, hey, I'm looking at this data every day, and I know, between me, Aaron, Benoit, Leeds, we know what's going on, and we're here to tell you. He's confidently saying we're at a good place now. So this is good stuff, man. Let me push it forward a little bit. With
of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has
Star Engine
allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next Star Citizen would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month.
Wait a minute, time out. Chris, he broke his cardinal rule. He gave a date.
He did technically, yeah. We actually know the day in which it's going to be live, right? We know the day because
yes,
because it'll be for IAE. It'll be the patch 4.4 is the next patch after 4.3.2, right? There isn't going to be a 4.3.3.
No.
And 4.0 will be, of course, the IAE patch, but that'll be like a sideline thing to the fact that it'll also be the next patch, so November 18th, the day one of IAE will be, when we get Nyx.
Yeah. So, and speaking of Nyx, go ahead, Twix.
I really wasn't ready when he did that. I was like,
you weren't ready, but you heard it.
I heard it, but because I went into CitizenCon Direct like cold. Like I wasn't like looking for information. I wasn't following information. Like I didn't really know what to expect, and not in a bad way, but I want to say I had low expectations. Like I had my expectations were so low, I didn't have any.
You were guarding
'cause,
yourself.
It wasn't like I'm not excited for the game or I'm not happy for the game. It's kind of like I was explaining before. Like everything that we've gotten now for me is just more content, right? It's just more icing on the cake. Every time they drop something, I'm thoroughly excited. I'm happy for. Once we jumped to Pyro, I was like, yeah, this is it, right? So when he said Nyx, and like I told some people, and they're like, yeah, man, we knew Nyx was coming. Like, no, I want them to tell me. Like I don't want to just be bathed in rumors and conjecture. Like I want to know from the horse's mouth, because like that's how I feel like I was getting disappointed a lot, because I was expecting things to happen and then I didn't see it happen, or like I didn't see all that I heard, right? I only got like pieces of it. But when they said Nyx, I was just like, hey, I was like, all right,
Was it just
Next
Nyx, or was it the expression of NNM, meaning Nyx next month?
well, yeah. So like I was already, Nyx, because we know Nyx, Castra are coming, right? So we'll have Stanton, Pyro, Nyx, Castra, and there's supposed to be one more, right?
Terra.
Terra.
But I don't think we'll get Terra until we get 1.0. Terra is much more involved.
Yeah.
But that's what they were saying. 1.0 is going to have 5 star systems, and Terra will be the 5th one.
Right.
Yeah.
So right now we've got 2, right? And we
2 for
got
now.
Pyro at the beginning of this year,
Yes.
and now we're getting Nyx this year. So
2.
there's a potential we can get 2 more systems.
In fact,
In
they alluded to it. They
2026.
actually said it, but no one was paying attention to it. And it was reiterated by somebody I know who I won't disclose.
Be careful.
That
Be careful.
They basically, there's a very, very strong chance that on top of Nyx, which we're getting this year, that we'll be getting 2 additional systems in 2026. Which is crazy to think
I
about.
don't include Terra
thing
though.
is-
I don't include
thing-
that
no.
being Terra.
The thing is, if we get 2 other systems in 2026, whatever they may be, right? That we know what the plan is. We can go back and watch CitizenCon if you have to, but we know there's supposed to be 5 systems before 1.0. So if we have 5 systems next year, like we could possibly get 1.0 next year. Is what that
I think
means.
I think it'll still be 2027. I think they're going to be adding an additional system to those 5 that they told us. I do think we're going to get Castra.
Magnus?
But
Can we say Magnus? Let's say Magnus. We see it in the star
Magnus?
map. Let's say Magnus, okay?
It's a reasonable possibility. It is also possible that because Squadron 42 is going to be coming out hopefully next year, Nyx has a jump point from Nyx to Odin. Odin is in Squadron 42,
Yes.
and we know it's a completed system. So there's a good chance that Odin might be one of the systems they give us after Squadron 42 comes out.
There's a reason why you're saying that. And I
Right.
think what I've been hearing, and this was quite a while ago, was that when they were developing these systems for Squadron 42, they were not holding back on the full content of that particular system. They were actually creating, like, for example, the Odin system for Squadron 42. So it could very well mean that when they do release more of these systems, it's baked in from Squadron 42, so it's porting over. But now that we're talking about, now we're not saying Planetary Tech 5, now that we're saying Genesis, maybe they're revamping it as they go along because they can. But yeah. It's a strong chance that these systems with the reveal or the release of Squadron 42 will be included or inclusive to Star Citizen, the game. So I've been hearing that too.
I mean they are, as they get the tech to build out the planets, they're revamping. I mean, they're just like with Nyx, they're revamping how they're looking at the planets.
Yes.
Nyx 1 is going to be far different than the original concept of what that planet was supposed to be like. They're taking the opportunity of this tech that they develop in order to say, look, let's make these systems and these planets we're building out better than our original vision of them.
Right.
But,
It's basically you're saying Skyhawk they're retconning based on the new technologies and tools that they have in their hand. Now they're able to go in and say, "Hey, let's reimagine all of this, including the lore itself, because we can." And all it does is make the game better, and it's nothing wrong with that. I'm okay with that. If you want a better product and it means changing its narrative in order to make it better, well, heck yeah. Of course.
yeah, it'd be really great to see, like as Bender Over said, it'd really be great to see a rework of really the only two planets that need rework as far as the Planetech goes is Hurston and Microtech, obviously, right? With
They're the
gas
older.
giant.
What about Orson? You
They're-
don't
they're
include
also
Orson?
Well, Orson has no surface. It's already got there is no planet. There is no planet tech there. It's all volumetric cloud tech.
It's time out.
Yeah.
What were we seeing something different? When I saw, well, I'm not going to say the word anymore. I'm gonna retire that name, Planet Tech. Genesis. I saw the cloud formation Skyhawk, and it was like, I've been waiting for this so long. The cloud formations and the what we have now to what they were showing. You don't think that's inclusive to the cloud tech or the gas giants?
I mean, yeah, I guess the clouds, they could make them look visually different. But I mean,
Yes.
there's not. It's not going to be. It's still going to be the same color, same look, essentially. I mean, it's a gas planet.
Yes.
So I mean, we're not talking about the Genesis. The most of that is obviously hard surface planetary tech.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I mean, you think about it. Just the guy who's the planet guy, even when he was talking about the gas giant, that's a Nyx. It's like that has no surface, so I don't know
Will.
anything about it.
Will.
Yeah.
This is Will. Not, he's no longer River Guy, people. Let's put some respect on that name. He is not freaking River Guy.
He's planet guy.
He
yeah.
is Will, Mr. Genesis, Will Genesis. Okay.
Yeah. But like even him, like he was like, it has no surface, so I don't know anything about it. So Genesis is mostly focused on the hard planetary surface technology for developing different types of surfaces. How it's determined. They built the tools to build these planets. The gas is more the volumetric cloud tech. Those aren't necessarily the same body of work. So we might see an investment in Crusader, but it's Genesis is really more about like the dirt, the gravel, the grass, the trees, the water, all of that
Elevations.
stuff that's on a hard planet. Yeah. So I'm sure we'll see probably some general improvements in how the clouds look, but it's not going to change like the planet. It's a gas planet. Like it's just volumetric clouds.
Yep.
But obviously, like they've really kind of revamped Pyro 1, and those two planets are the ones that actually need the, Microtech and Hurston are the only two planets that actually have a non-building covered surface that where we see the planetary surfaces, where that whole design work of how they're created will be reworked.
Yeah.
So those are the only two that really need that kind of work done to them. And then they'll go back and Pyro, and those planets clearly you can tell have a better kind of level of tech than what Microtech and Hurston has, because they're working with like planetary tech before. Those will also get a rework as well. But the ones that need it the most are Microtech and Hurston. Those are the ones that are the oldest and most kind of lagging in the tech that was used to build them out.
For the most part, I can agree, but there's one thing when it comes to Star Citizen, it's definitely scale, but it's also just as important as scale. Detail is also prevalent, and I think the only thing I would go back to add to that, Sky, is with the cloud tech or the gas giants. I would love for them to include that into the process, because at some point they'll have to come back and address gas clouds for fuel scooping for ships that can actually fuel scoop.
It really
and
should be a
mainly
thing that they have now, but yeah.
Yeah, but mainly the Starfarer and the Starfarer Gemini that can transfer hydrogen to ships that can't scoop hydrogen, such as your military-based ships. But there's other ships like the C-100 and other ships that can go in and scoop hydrogen from those gas giants. So I would love for them to be inclusive of that technology and leverage the Genesis technology with that. If I was to say one thing they want to go back and do, or just do it in one process and don't forget that layer of detail, because at some point they were talking about refueling. That's coming next year. So
I hope that they do that with the gas giant planet that's going to be in Nyx. When that comes out, hopefully that'll be a mechanic that people can utilize.
Yes.
That maybe that gas giant will be made of a gas that is valuable for not just refueling, but maybe for other things too, and that can be a source, source mechanic for those ships particularly.
Yeah.
I don't know how far in the video we're gonna go, but we're gonna get to that, right? Yep. We're gonna get to the Genesis system. We're still talking.
We're gonna get to it.
And Chris is still talking. We're like literally like what 5-10 seconds into it, Chris.
Oh my god. Okay.
And we're already talking about stuff that's 45 minutes away. Yeah.
All right, let's jump. Let's roll. All right, here we go. Good points.
When Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
That's right.
This is This is Nyx. Look at that. That's Nyx.
Yeah, they got a whole quest world thing going on.
Yeah. But how beautiful is this? They don't need the Genesis tech for space features. Yep, Levski, the landing zone, Delamar, the asteroid, and Nyx, the system. It's a lot, isn't it? This is Richard
With the
Tyler.
foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacian Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
This is the lore team for sure.
the story so far?
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
When the Nyx system was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the UEE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever, and there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
Making a star system is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nyx system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vanduul.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
The Pyrostar is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas, sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nyx is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nyx gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light. The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light. For the jump points in Nyx, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nyx and one from Stanton to Nyx. It should be going from Nyx to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
The Galatian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds. And it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
So for me, I'm looking at Nyx and what it could possibly bring to the table, or what the interest would be for me, what's in it for me. Mindset is, well, if the Levski location is basically an asteroid base, could this be something of us at some point once they have base building? Will asteroid bases come back, like we purchased the AVG asteroid base or a hangar? Will that become a place where you can set yourself up as home, as opposed to living in the facility that is Levski? And I know you two have a stake in it, with the with Nyx, because you, Skyhawk, have the Mist Call. You, Twix, you're heavily into mining to some degree. So what brings to the table Nyx? What kind of perks your interest in, and why you will want to go there?
I do hope that they do that. They talk that some asteroids would have within them, like other around places, there'll be asteroids around there that have like facilities built into them as well, not just around the main facilities. So I do wonder if they will give us the ability to, have like at least have that as a location, and have like we do right now, where we spawn in our hangars, they're instants, but there are persistent hangars.
Yes.
I wonder if some of those asteroid-based locations will have like persistent personal hangars that are some of the asteroid, the old asteroid hangars.
Yes.
From the hopefully upgraded, like reworked, but I wonder if they'll bring them back. I think there's a good chance they might do that. It'd be nice if they did.
Yeah, because we see Southland and what is the others? Revel in York isn't in there anymore, right? But we know. I remember Revel in York, Southland, and what's the other one? It's 4.
It was like it was like it's like, wasn't it VFG? What was it? That's the
VFG. Yep, you're right.
Is it VFG?
VFG. Yep. And the other one was Aeroland. Aeroland. That was the blue and white one that we see in Orson.
Aeroview.
Damn.
Yeah, that was it. Yep.
Aeroland. Yeah.
I do. Aeroview is my favorite.
Oh wow.
Of the old ones, and of course a lot of people loved Revel in New York because that was like posh, right?
Yes, like, origin based. It's like, hey, if you have a yacht 890, and that's
technically we do have Aeroview. Like, so you go to Orson, those are those hangars are Aeroview hangars. They just are different the way they've restyled them, right? So yeah.
Yep.
But
in Southland, they say it's kind of Star Wars esque. Southland.
Yeah. Right. It's but I think I have a salvage ship as well. I think there'll be a lot of salvage opportunities there. But there's also going to be a lot of, I think, really great experience, even for those who aren't really into combat, but especially maybe as a pilot and maybe a good pilot. But because multi-crew should be more relevant, and we should be getting engineering. And the type of missions, the type of kind of combat experience missions that they're going to be bringing into Nyx.
Yes.
I think people are going to love to just be on a crew of a multi-crew ship, getting into a battle with both, some faction and the Vandal, and having this kind of epic experience.
Yes.
Multi-ship, multi-crew battle. I mean, I think those experiences will be really, really exciting for a lot of people, even those who don't like to fly and do solo combat stuff in the game. But get in a ship with somebody else, a multi-crew ship, like a legit like the Perseus or the Polaris or something like that, and there'd be some pretty incredible, I think, experiences for like a whole crew of ship people with what they're bringing into Nyx.
Yes. And I think it's an opportunity for them to really dial up the instances of Vandal that come to raid. And if you do have a very powerful ship, like like you said, on the levels of a Perseus or Polaris or Idris, I would love to see CIG dial up the Vandal intensity. Fight fire with fire type of deal, where they can ramp up and be able to confront all aspects of what is perceived by threat by them.
I think one of the most epic things in the whole game to date will be the first people who get in that combat mission that brings in the Vandal Mauler ship. That ship is massive.
The Mauler.
That's going to be the Mauler, which they showcase. Which obviously it's not going to be coming in this month, but it's going to be coming later in the year. But that mission that brings in that ship, because I don't know if people realize how big that ship is. It's not the biggest one, but it is literally very much like 3 times the size of the Idris.
Did it have a beam that it was like when Elliot said it will, if you get close to it, it will shred you?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's that'll be an insane experience for everybody involved. The first time that happens, that's going to be a very, very big moment. I think for a lot of people in the game.
The big ships aren't winning anymore once that ship arrives.
You'll need a couple Idrises, 3 or 4 Polarises, some Perseuses. It's going to be an experience.
Yeah. So, Twix, what's bringing you to Nyx? What is it that cued you or saying, hey, I'm going to Nyx because of what reason? Why are you going to Nyx?
Well, my technical reason for going to Nyx would be I just think it's going to perform better. Like, you know, when you get new cities, they always play better. But gameplay wise, I don't know. Like, I think we're going to be doing the same thing I've been doing, but more so in Nyx, less so in Pyro. Like, I don't really go to Pyro too often. And usually when I do go into Pyro, I just stay in Pyro because it kind of sucks trying to go back and forth between Pyro because it's like a bottleneck. We learned that during the supplier die event, and like anytime there was an event where you were trying to transport stuff from Pyro into Stanton, everyone, like, that's the bottleneck. You know, the pirates knew you were going to be there. That's why they waited for you. But now there's actually two ways to get to Stanton. You can get to Stanton through Nyx, so you can go from Pyro to Nyx to Stanton, or you can go, you know, the other way around. So you have alternate routes, which I think is pretty awesome. But you know, this guy actually, so I'm going to segue into a little story that you know personally that I had with you, and I actually mentioned this with both John. What did I do to my screen? There we go. Maybe not. Anyway, but so sorry, I just realized something happened to my screen. Remember back when the Vulture first came out?
Oh, how can you forget? Yeah.
So when the Vulture came out, I remember you know, being excited about the Vulture, and telling me, and I had no idea what salvage was at all. And I totally dogged on that ship. I was like, yo, man, who cares about salvage? Like, salvage is God. Like, do you remember that? Do you remember that conversation we had? Because I was like, that's you know, who cares about that mechanic? Like, what is salvage? You know, it's all about, you know, the gem mining, because I wasn't really much of a ship miner. So I was straight just dogging on the Vulture when that came out. And then little did I know that was going to be like my main profession, right?
What?
Salvage is great, man. And I think honestly, the Vulture is fantastic. I mean, it's pretty good ship for exactly that. For 1 to 2 people, it really is, I think, probably best for like a couple people. But you can obviously work with one. But man, yeah, the salvage is, and it's only going to get better, I think. I think they're going to continue to improve it.
And so that's the thing, like, you know, if I'm not doing gem mining, like, salvage is the way for me. So like I just do nothing but salvage all the time. I'm kind of, you know, doing some other things as well now, but I just think that was funny because I told that to both Ben and John. I was just like, you know, it's crazy how like one of my friends, he was telling me how like he was introducing me to like salvage, because I didn't know anything about salvage at the time. I didn't even know what the Vulture was. Like, it's just like, he's like, look, it's the Vulture, we're getting salvage. And just like, yeah, it's all right. And I was looking at it and you were just so excited. I'm like, man, this thing is trash. Like, who cares about this? Like, who cares? But then, like, little did I know, like, that was gonna be like my bread and butter. That was gonna be my main gameplay loop. Like, every time, like, I don't even know how it started. Like, I don't know when I got a Vulture, and then there was a point I had like 6 Vultures because I was running like fleets. It was insane. I was doing everything with it. So going to Nyx, I'm definitely going to still be doing the salvage gameplay, running my you know, operations, whether it's mining or salvaging. I don't know what the gem mining is going to be like in Nyx, but those are my gameplay loops. You know, it's the gem mining, salvage, and logistics, because I didn't want to say ship mining because I don't really do ship mining, but I do logistics for ship mining. So that's going to be a thing. So I don't know, man. It's
you know what though, guys, this is crazy because I came into this with the mindset that Nyx is predicated on cargo, right? its structure is cargo based, the cargo grids, the dropping off of large cargo onto the EVA cargo grid. But here you are discussing this, and it flipped it on its head, and not having a clue. But now, where it makes sense of what about this potential of mass destruction that's out there, and you spawn from potentially asteroid base with these salvage ships, and possibly the rumor is there's going to be a mid-sized salvage ship. But you're coming out there scraping and running, scrape and run, and you're methodically cleaning up stuff as things are destroyed. Or basically, this becomes the home of what do you call derelict ships, because of the potential of destruction that's going to happen when we have raids, and you have a sort of like not lawless but somewhat lawlessness where you can come in and attack and do things, and then the aftermath is dead ships.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great salvage opportunities because of exactly that, with a little element of risk. But at the same time, I think Nyx is going to be a great experience for the cargo haulers too, especially since they're going to finally get inter-system cargo hauling. The whole owners and all those, like when the Drake. Why is the ship leaving my mind? The ship we're waiting on right now for Drake that everyone's anticipating. The
Ironclad?
The Ironclad comes out. People are going to love, I think, the cargo experience as well.
Hello.
Especially going from, say, like Stanton to Nyx or Pyro to Nyx or whatever it is. I think there's going to be a lot of great experience, for those people as well, with the changes coming for that. But I think there's going to be a lot of salvage opportunities. A lot of salvage with a little bit of risk. Yeah, you get into those areas where a lot of like dangerous stuff just happened.
Yes.
And there are a lot of dead ships there.
Yes.
You get in, you salvage as quick as you can and get out before,
don't get greedy.
You get yourself in danger as well. But I think there's going to be a lot of great opportunities for salvagers in Nyx because of certain areas in Nyx where those events are taking place.
Yes, for sure. I mean, it's just opportunity and capitalizing on that opportunity. And if you spawn from there, you have that quick get in and get out.
Yeah.
I'm curious because when Pyro first came out, this was the case, but things have changed. But I'm wondering if this is going to be a place, like where's going to be the best place to sell salvage is where I'm getting at. Because there was a time when Pyro first came out, a lot of the Pyro locations actually had really good prices for RMC. That kind of died off, but I'm curious about that because there was a time where I would import my salvage to Pyro, and then I would just stayed in Pyro and salvage and just sold there. But then it got to a point where, because of the faction wars between headhunters and POE, not POE,
Citizens of Pyro.
Citizens for Pyro, CFP. When NAC started going off, I couldn't sell because Citizen of Pyro, their location sold okay, but their location didn't sell the best. It was really the headhunters that sold the best, and because I was running because I chose CFP, Citizens for Pyro, I couldn't sell at the headhunter locations unless I could sell there, but I had to fight. Like every time I went there to try to sell, I had to like put down the people there first before I can actually get my cargo. Or exactly, yeah. So like it's like I would fly in, getting shot at, unload my cargo, and then to get to the selling terminal, I had to shoot my way to the selling terminal. So that got old really fast. But I was still salvaging in Pyro, and then so I ended up taking my salvage from Pyro back to Stanton, and so you experiment and you feel those things out. So I'm curious, if because Nyx is, it's all out in the fringe. You got like these little asteroid locations, just like with Area 18, like they love construction material at Area 18. Like you can't give them enough construction material. It never runs out because they're always building. It's a whole planet full of buildings, right? Like it makes sense. So I'm just curious on what the needs of Nyx is going to be when it comes to those kind of resources. And then will I be salvaging and selling in Nyx, or will I be salvaging somewhere else and importing to Nyx? So those are the kind of things that will determine like my activity in Nyx. And again, I don't know what the gem mining scene is going to be like. I'm assuming mining is going to be pretty prevalent in there. So if anything, I'll be running logistics for mining in Nyx at the very least. And then also just with my org, a lot of people, I hate to say, are afraid of Pyro, but like there literally are people who just won't go to Pyro. Like you say you're going to do an operation, they're all for it. Second you say Pyro, they say I'm out.
Pyro, it's not that. Pyro's not that.
It's lore specific.
Right, yeah, but it's not like people are like that. It's interesting, but Pyro, I think a lot of people won't go to Pyro because they think as soon as they get in there, they're going to get ganked by somebody who's just going to shoot. That does not happen very often at all. It is pretty rare experience to even with as many people are in the game. That's like Pyro's not that bad. Like it's just about which faction. If you've aligned with the faction, that is, how much it might affect locations you go to. That are from an opposing faction. But I think Nyx, like Lebsky, is a pretty major hub. I think it will be a good location for salvage. But I do hope that, say, before the CIG gives us ArcCorp 2.0, because it majorly needs a refresh, I kind of hope that they have a campaign of, say, ArcCorp is in major need of significant amount of construction material, like the super high demand, and a premium price before then, as a Q sign before they drop us ArcCorp 2.0, because I mean that the whole plant needs to be, like I said, refresh. So make that a campaign thing that players can get behind and get involved in, where no matter what system they're in, the place they want to go sell that construction material for that time period is going to be ArcCorp, because that's where they're going to get the best premium, because there's a super high demand for it by the whole planet, and have that as a campaign. And then after they have that campaign, boom, they drop, the refresh ArcCorp 2.0 like they did with Lebsky 2.0 some years ago. So I obviously I hope that it ebbs and flows and it changes depending on circumstances, obviously, that are happening in the game. But I kind of get the sense that Lebsky is going to be a really great place for a lot of those resources to be sold when it first comes out.
Oh yeah, multiple systems now, and I think they alluded to that, the galactic what do you call that, cargo running, where we can distribute or we can deposit these valuables, whether they're scraped items from salvage or it's mine gems or asteroids, and it's deposited in that location. And then I think the timer or the supply and demand will say this system needs this in bulk, and then let's say all of a sudden it's not you per se, because you distributed or you deposited and made your money. Now we're talking about the big major haulers that come in, like as you alluded to, Sky, the ironclads and the D's and E's of the world, with the whole mist that comes in and say, hey, we're ready to push and move that wholesale volume of these resources. Now we can enterprise this and move them to negotiate. Deals between systems are starting to take place, which is, I think it's the emergence of the Star Sim system, now that they can play with this and get a footnote on how does this work or how should it work. So I think we're starting to see that take place now that we have another system. They can start incorporating that. So it's not so much of I'm doing the heavy lifting all the time. It's more of, okay, I'm accumulating this bulk of this particular, and now there's a supply and demand need for it on that other system. So now you're talking about, on an enterprise level, jumping to, taking a couple of jumps over to that particular system to deliver said goods. So it's
that's just like That's kind of what I was talking about when I was talking about my salvage.
Yes.
And I would love to see that. Like, if I'm operating my salvage, let's just say in Pyro, and then suddenly we find out that Nyx is paying out more because they need it, or Stanton is paying out more, even if it's a event like they did with the tin, the copper, the ice, and they're just like, hey, this is what the price is, but yet this planet is in need of, so take this mission and turn, like, you don't even have to actually change the prices of the actual economy, but just create a event for it, a special mission saying, accept this mission, deliver here, and you get double the payout. Now I've got my stuff over at this one place. I need to get it over to the next system quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Right.
You know?
Right. But at what level are you moving quick, fast, in a hurry, Twix? This is the point of it. Are you
also?
Yeah. Are you
you mentioned the whole D's and the whole C's and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But what I'm hoping, because with this bringing in of Nyx, and I'm hoping this happens, but they talked about how Nyx has those loading stations, and I'm hoping they implement those at all the space stations, not just the ones in Nyx, the external elevator grid where you have the Hull C and you tractor beam off yours, you hit it on the grid, and then you go over and you push the button and it, you know, sucks it in or whatever.
That's going to happen.
I hope they implement that everywhere and not just...
I don't think that people have noticed, but that the pyro stations, they have implemented a place where those pads are on the outside of the stations. They're there.
Yep. And to add to that,
they're preparing for it, probably with 4.4, I'm guessing.
Well, Ian, the guy Ian Leyland, he said that last year when they first showed Nyx for the very first time. He said they're bringing the hangar types, they're bringing those EVA elevators, freight elevators, and the cargo grids. They're bringing them through the whole system, all the systems. So it's no hope. It's just when.
You said, well, yeah, but when, in accordance to, is it when Nyx comes out or is it later? Because Nyx, I'm thinking, did they talk about in this that? Are they saying that Nyx is being delivered with this? Because I think they talked about it, but I'm kind of hazy because it sounds like Nyx is going to be delivered with that. But I don't know if they're going to implement it, you know, system wide to all the other systems.
Yes,
I hope that they do.
It will be later.
I don't know about the stand stations. I don't think they're there. But
no, not
if
right
you
now.
Look at the pyro stations. They have some of them. They've added to the pyro stations. So I do think when Nyx comes out, their intent, at the very least, in pyro, is to add it as a function as well, because they've already put them there. The only reason to put them there is if they're planning on implementing them, and if they're going to be functional in Nyx when Nyx comes out. I can only imagine that they're planning on making them functional there as well. But
do you want me to show the video?
I don't know.
Show the video if you don't believe me, guys. Well, not that. I know you believe me, but do you want to see the video of him saying that?
Oh yeah, we'll get to that. Okay. I know we're jumping around CitizenCon Direct, like, because we already kind of seen the gist of it. We're kind of going over it again. It's hard to, like, you know, not jump ahead, right?
It's digesting it, man. We're digesting as best as we can. All right, here we go. Here we go.
So it's kind of San Francisco before you got to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a CD underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you fly towards the Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it. It's scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You will also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before, we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in Hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able.
Wow.
There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
A lot of oxygen pins are going to be needed.
You know?
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
Oh.
We've had Levski before.
And if they're not living there.
We've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually. And there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade.
Nice.
And buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nyx system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When
You know what I just thought
you arrive at the Habsburg.
I say again, Twix.
It's like he's like, I just thought about, or the realization, like, you think how when you're in Pyro, you've got the 3 or 4 main, you got a couple of space stations that you can respawn at, that you set your respawn point at. Same thing with Stanton, right? But like when you get to Nyx, is it just gonna be Levski? Like if you die, you don't have like a medical ship, you get sent back to Levski, like, or because I don't think there hasn't been any talk about other space stations like we have anywhere else that are going to have medical centers. And the planets, the only civilized planet, or not even planet, the only civilized location is Levski, because Levski is an asteroid. And it just makes me think about like how big how big Nyx is actually going to be in like size of scale. Like, is it going to be huge? But then if it is, what type of outposts are we going to have out there?
That's a good question. Levski may be, if it's not your own ship, Levski may be the only site, at least for a while, that is an option. I don't know. That's a good question.
Because they said livable areas, right? They said like where people are. And so it's really Levski, and then there might be like outposts or whatever, like where bandits are. Like later on, they talk about missions, but are they gonna have like the Rough and Ready stations out there? Like, but it's not, because Rough and Ready is Pyro, right? And so like that's a Pyro gang who like is got the control. I don't know. Maybe it's more lore that we're gonna see later. It's just like when they first talked about this, it crossed my mind. But like now that I'm watching it again, I'm just like, man, like how big is this area gonna be? And then versus like if I die, do I get zipped all the way back there if I don't have a med ship with me? Right. I'm like that. It's a mixture, right? It's a good and bad because like one, man, that sucks that you got to go way back. Yeah. And two, now we're really talking about medical gameplay. Like you're really gonna need a medic with you. You're really
you're not gonna want to die and regen like half a system away.
Right. You know. Right. Exactly. So like it's really gonna force another mechanic. Or it's or they're gonna compensate for it. I don't know. Like that's kind of reading in between the lines.
Because it doesn't sound like these other stations are stations that you're going to be. I mean, they're going to be consistently hostile. They're not going to be homesteads where you can have an operating hospital and respawn.
Great point.
So that's a very good question. I think medical gameplay, as far as like FPS medical gameplay, still needs a lot of advancements. It needs to be more visceral and get rid of the beams as much as possible, and it needs to make someone actually having medical supplies and being like a medic as far as a group goes more relevant than it is versus everyone's a medic and fixes everything. As far as you can fix things, there needs to be a lot of improvements for on foot medical gameplay so that very situation you're talking about can be resolved in situ, on location as much as possible with the proper resources, so you eliminate the backspacing or the dying and regenning 3, 4, 5, 10 million kilometers away situations.
Yeah. It makes you think, how heavy is medical? When you talk about medical, how heavy was the statement that they mentioned about Nyx, that they're separate of the UEE? In most part, these medical facilities are tied within UEE confines or the radius of the United Earth Empire. So anything outside of that, it's not a sanctioned thing. So you don't officially have certified doctors living in Nyx, because that goes against that whole narrative of what the UEE provides. And now they're saying we're a rebel state or we're a rebel planet. We don't associate with the UEE. So what are their facilities truly like? And if so, I would say they're substandard or they don't exist at all until we actually bring in our, like Skyhawk mentioned, we bring in our own facilities from our hab. So that could be a thing of you better make sure you make the right choice when you say, hey, I want to spawn from here, as opposed to the sanctioned locations of the UEE.
I think the next Mercy Hospital would be pretty. I mean, if anything's like third rate medical, that's Pyro.
Right.
I think because the Nyx and Levski's is a pretty stable location. And of course, they're going to have trained and educated people there. Like it's not just, but that might be the only. That's what he's saying. That Mercy Hospital at Levski might be the only hospital in the entire system. That is a distinct possibility. Right. Yeah. So how are they going to deal with that situation for the players? Is that going to lead to them continue to give us maybe more evolved actual medical gameplay that's not shipbed related, but like FPS related medical gameplay that's improved? So that we don't have to respond all the way back at Levski if we're way out away from it.
So I had someone mention to me about how there's 3 planets, but only one is inhabitable. But I think they just haven't gotten to that point yet when they start telling us about stations. Because typically all planetoids have some sort of station near them. Well, no, that's a lie, because I'm trying to compare it to Pyro, but I don't know. It's yet to be determined for sure. But right now they have not given us any context for it. So yeah.
Yeah, Pyro 1 originally was not supposed to be habitable. There's not supposed to be any major city there. I still don't think they're going to put a major city on Pyro 1.
It's been abandoned.
I think they're going to probably leave Pyro 1 mostly open for us to build own places on.
Yep.
But there, I think you're right. There is a good chance that there may be an orbital station at Pyro 1, and maybe that orbital station, when they bring Pyro 1 in, will have its own hospital as well.
Are we talking about Pyro or are we talking about Nyx?
Sorry,
Nyx.
Nyx 1. Yeah, my bad.
Okay.
Nyx 1. Yeah. When they bring Nyx 1 in, I think there's a good chance that they might put an orbital station there, and maybe that orbital station will have a hospital in there as well. But Nyx 1's wasn't going to be a habitable planet. They obviously are taking the advantage of the Genesis tech to really give us an amazing planet with Nyx 1. But there's not supposed to be any major city there, and I don't think they're going to put a major city on Nyx 1. I think they're going to leave that planet for us to build out on more than anything else.
Yeah.
I for sure don't think they're going to put a city on it, but they may put like a station like Obituary, right?
I think that's exactly what they'll end up doing, and that'll help a lot, I'm sure, because there's only 3 planets. One's a gas giant, and they're not it's not gonna be another Orson, type situation there. The other one is an very inhospitable place. Maybe they'll put a station around that as well. They could do something like that, but I think most likely Pyro 1 is going to be the area where they will probably put an orbital station that has some facilities there. I think that's the strongest possibility.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, it may literally just be Levski, so I do hope that they continue to expand, in first-person medical gameplay, to be more involved and better.
But I don't know for sure if it's in this video or not, but I feel like I heard someone talking about how, like in Pyro, eventually when you get the takeover stations and there's a power management thing, and orgs have to hold certain places to keep their bases with power. Someone was talking about the same system like that happening in Levski, but I don't know if that's here or if that was me listening to someone else. So take that with conjecture, just salt over your
it's not. Well, guess what? You answered your own question, because when they talked about base building, high sec, meaning high security, medium security, low security to no security, UEE is not affiliated with Levski, so you have to do your own protecting of your facilities, defense things. So that has to come along with that whole narrative once we get the base building aspects for everything. So you have to protect your own cause, because UEE is not coming. They're not.
They did talk about that instance mission. The instance missions they're going to do at Levski for kind of what you're talking about. That I don't know if that's going to be coming in with 4.4, but there is going to be the group that's going to, obviously infiltrate and mess with the functional mechanics of the station, the location, and it'd be instance missions for us to go and deal with and fix those things.
Municipal, it's what we were talking about earlier with Area 18. They shifted it over to Levski instead.
Yeah, fix their toilets, and fix their air. So I mean, I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but that they are going to be doing that at Levski as far as the first instance missions.
Quick point, because Kimmy keeps talking about this distinguishing split between Levski, the Nyx system, and the UEE. So in this CitizenCon Direct, they gave us the history of Levski and how they left the UEE because of the Messer regime or whatever. The Messer era, yeah. Yep, so what's happening now is actually a slow union between Levski and the UEE because of the Vanduul. So they've been talking about how the UEE doesn't have any presence there, but Levski is or just Nyx or Levski, their union, whatever their government is, because it's some sort of democracy, they are in split between completely not dealing with the UEE, but then also there's a split to say we should have some relations with the UEE because this is a larger threat and because they're no longer the Messer regime anymore. But people still have feelings about what happened before, right? So there's no
they're
question
democracy
about that.
now. They're not
Exactly.
an empire. They're democracy.
They're still kind of anti-empire, but they understand the UAE is not quite as bad.
And that's
as
why
UAE.
And that's why we're there in that mission. So like they were talking about, like the military doesn't hire civilians or hire people to fight their war, but the military has a contractor that they get intel from. So that contractor is the one who's, contracting us.
Yeah.
So effectively the UEE by proxy is still in NICS, but they're just not fully present. And so that's where this whole thing is kind of coming into play, where it's like, hey, we're still sending our people there.
Yeah, no, not necessarily an official UAE naval support system.
Right.
Exactly.
But but more like their private security. Like
GMCs.
Like we have here in the U.S. our private security quotes organizations.
Backwater.
So they'll have those resources that they'll utilize for these areas where they're not officially and are not going to give official resources. They'll outsource that stuff. They're outsourcing that kind of stuff, I guess you'd say.
Right.
Because they do recognize that NICS being where it's located and the Vandal having like maybe consistent raids, that it is an area that they need to have some.
Yep.
It's on the edge of Vandal space.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Area of
so
concern.
they're not going to just be like, well, we're just going to ignore this whole thing because the Vandal could use that as a facility to raid
Staging
through
point.
there, overtake everything in NICS, and then use that as a point to break or launch into other systems within the UAE.
Their version of Castro.
Right. They don't want to just kind of ignore it, but since it's not, it'd be like operating. They're not officially operating in a country where that's not theirs.
Shooting themselves
But
in the foot.
but they know that country needs certain support.
Yes.
Because of another threat that they also see as a threat. So they're unofficially operating there.
They don't want it to become their problem, because the second the Vandal take NICS, it's now officially their problem, because now they're at their doorstep.
It becomes what Castro was for the UEE, because they said, according to lore, Castro was a staging point for them to launch and perform an attack on Vandal. So if they compromise or allow the compromising of NICS, like you guys said, all of a sudden that hub, which is NICS, now becomes the hub for the Vandal to further push their agenda and to come to attack the UEE. So so it's quiet be kept. I'll make sure that place will stay, somewhat stable, even though they do raid every now and then or on occasion. But we got to make sure that we keep them pushed back to an extent, but not using our numbers, which makes sense.
Also, what they're saying with this mission, and that aligns with what you're saying. That's why they're sending this this intel group, this outsourced group. Hey, there are increased raids, because that's what they're saying, like, hey, why are the Vandal here? And then they're like, hey, what are these other people doing to irritate the Vandal? Find out what's going on, because we don't need more Vandal presence here, than normal. So like it's not like this espionage thing going on, like, hey, like we're not officially in your affairs, but we're watching you, like, because if you slip up, that now becomes our problem.
If you fail, that's going to be more pressure on us.
But I think it's going to be pretty well revealed that the reason these things are happening is because of the same corporation that UAE has direct ties with, that we're dealing with right now in Stanton.
Right.
Because of some of the things that they've been doing. And I think that maybe some of the things that they've been doing are why they're seeing increased activity.
While we saw a Vandal on the table, experiment.
And so I think the UAE has kind of their hands a little bit dirty in this too, because they have direct work. They've worked obviously directly with the ASD for many years. Do they know about the things that ASD has been doing? Like, what is their level of awareness of some of the very questionable activities that they've been involved in? That's led to probably a lot of these things that are happening maybe in NICS now as well.
Seems to be coming right back to Addison, because she's this advocate for technology, and to what
But is it
extent.
her? Because it seems like ASD's been operating for a long time. Is it her, or is this something that was in place before she came into position power that's now coming to light while she's in power?
Well, what brought her into power was the fact that she was all about technology and science. And now you see these extreme. It's not funny, Twix. This is crazy. Stop it. This is real, man. This is Star Citizen. This is real.
Because I hear what you're saying, and the thing is like, yeah, the ASD facilities were there before Addison got there, yes. But how long have they been going off the rails? Is it because Addison is involved now that they're like, hey, now we got more room?
I'm going to use your grand word. She was a proxy. She was a proxy, so they moved her up, okay? They were already there. They made her a proxy. She was a puppet.
The thing is, they've been shut down, though, because look at the ASD facilities.
Were
now.
they, though?
So maybe Anderson
were they
found
shut
out
down?
about it and was just like, we got to shut this down. And now they're resisting because now they're like, I'm going to do what I want. That's why I got the crazy mad scientists on the run.
It takes to grow a Valacar? Do you know how long that takes? Do you know how long the gestation period to clone? Not just clone, but to splice human and Vandal DNA? What are you talking about here?
But I think that he's bringing up the same point that I bring. I think it's a good point because it is. This seems like it's something that they've been working on for a while, and the question is she involved in it, or is the reason they've been shut down, or sort of shut down, because they started to find out about these things? Like, is she involved in these things happening? But if she was, why would they be shutting down now while she's in power? Or were these things already something that was in the works before she came into power? Like, what side of it is she on? We don't actually know. She might be on the side of realizing these things are happening, finding out about this stuff. And that's what led to the shutdown. Of course, then this led to all this crisis that we're dealing with, which of course makes her look bad.
Or does it?
So that's not that. Yeah,
she's in denial. She's denying it, though, right? I mean, she's not implicated.
Or denying or not. The point is, when there's a regen crisis,
yes,
everywhere, who's going to get the biggest blame for that? I mean, it's the person at the top. So of course, it doesn't make her look good. So the question is this a retaliation for her shutting them down, or was she involved in? And did she know about these things and involved in these things happening to begin with?
Yeah.
And the thing is, we don't know.
Paper trails. Paper trails.
Thing is, we just don't know. We just don't know. But there's room for conspiracy.
Lots, yeah. Turns out, I mean, let's say she may not be as evil as some people might think. She may not be actually the one involved in any of this. But she, the things that are happening right now might be as much to try to make her look bad. They're creating a regen crisis, which of course she can get the blame for. Because she discovered some very unscrupulous things that ASD was doing. Of course, while being contracted, with the UEE,
we're going down the rabbit
hole. That was definitely a cover up. That was definitely a cover up now. They had to bring a strike team in there. Yeah. It was definitely a cover up.
So the question is, is she actually getting scapegoated, and made it look bad because she shut them down? Is this a retaliation, to make her look bad by creating this crisis, or was she very much aware of the things that were being done? But somebody else bring this stuff to light, and we don't know the answers to that.
Story's going to continue.
We're digging ourselves in our own hole. We're because no one has talked about Addison at all. But just now, we just brought it into the conversation. Like, what if?
Right. So, pure 100% speculation on that. Right. But we do know that the regen crisis has been a very negative thing as far as how they're lowering it out. For people's response to
horrific
her and how she's handling this whole crisis and everything. So
horrific.
But,
I definitely think there is a scapegoat in play, because again, you see them messing with this technology, and it's like, were they messing with this technology that messed up the region? Like, they could have caused it, right? And now all of a sudden, that's why we're investigating these facilities to find out, like, they could have just been operating business as normal, and everything was fine, and everybody just Addison came into play, whoever, and everything's just been going the way business as usual. But then scientists start sciencing, and and then they touched something they shouldn't have. They were doing something they should have, and then they just screwed up the whole algorithm. And then that's when it's like, oh, we got to shut it down. We got to cover this up, and now we got to find out what they were doing because now the scientist is on the run. But again, we're
Stranger Things.
I'm gonna go with Ian. We're gonna move this. But I'm gonna say it's October. I'm gonna finish that.
They're obviously leading us. They're leading us to a point with all these things. It's going to take us somewhere to reveal something.
Yes.
Who knows where it's going to go?
I'm gonna end it with this 3 words: House of Horrors. Let's go with Ian Leland.
Through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience.
So next year for Genesis, don't get it twisted because Genesis is the planetary, wink, wink, it was the moniker Planetary Tech. Nyx is in space, so that's the difference. You don't need
the part of Nyx that we're getting. Yeah.
Yes, you don't need Genesis for creating space art and features.
And I also don't think that because they say just next year that they mean December next year. I think this stuff will be rolling out in the first
quarter, first half.
You guys,
immediately.
next year's 2 months from now.
Yeah.
Hello. And they've alluded to like a lot of the stuff coming within the first half of next year.
Yes.
Anyway, in a couple of different things they talked about later on. So
this is wild. 2 months till next year.
Yeah,
that hit me hard.
I know, right?
They're going to take that break though. They're going to get that December break.
In the building of the new planets for the Nyx system, we will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when 2 biomes connected were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data set.
How beautiful, guys.
That's actually, I mean, remember last year we looked at Genesis, was like, wow, this is insane.
Right.
It's amazing. Man, they give us this is next level. Like, this looks like a level above last year's Genesis.
It is.
Like, it is insanely impressive. Like, if they get this delivered, and this is a full planetary scale of this level.
And it's procedural. That's okay. That we are underutilizing that word. The fact of the matter is, it is procedural, ladies and gentlemen. And when you use the methods of procedural generation with this library in place, you're getting the detail, but you're getting the production. And so, man, I shudder to think to what extent will we be getting these planets and these systems placed into the game. I think the first and foremost thing is, and what's more important than this right now, is the fact that they have to get dynamic server meshing going on a automated basis, because if you're procedurally generating this, my gosh, planets are coming and systems are coming like that. You better have dynamic server meshing ready.
With the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found.
There it is.
So when you see a forest or a meadow, It's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there.
That's done. It's no longer the artist handcrafting this. It's procedurally done.
It's now because it's
They
simply
spend
one.
years working on the tools, but yeah, that's the thing. It's like sometimes it takes a long time, but they spent the years working on the tools to build this out, so that once they get that done, it won't take years to build the systems out going forward.
Right.
And they finally have achieved that here, which is why we will start to see a cadence that we haven't seen before. Why things are already starting to go faster. People didn't believe it was going to happen. People last year didn't believe that we'd get Nyx this year. It'd be like at least 2 more years out. I argued that we would get it this year, and that 1.0 would be 5 years or more out, which is also not going to be the case. But it's because they've spent the last several years, probably the last 5 years, starting to finally, as they needed to do sooner, but they finally started to do, working on building out the significant, complex, but very important tools to start to be able to develop these things the way that they really want to, the way we all want to. Now they've achieved that. Now we can start to see the benefit of that, and they'll start to roll in faster and faster and faster over time. And we're seeing like that. We're seeing it with like this here. It's an incredible accomplishment what they've done.
I think with this project, and I agree with you, Sky, but I want to add just these 2 things. Yes, the completion of the tools is one aspect, but the improving or the ongoing R&D and improving of those tools, I think that's ongoing. They're still searching for better tools, even though the ones they have presently in place will do. But I think because this is Star Citizen, they will always look for advancements in that process. And the last thing is, even though they have a library, a huge, massive library that they're working from, they're going to continue to create and reiterate further along the lines of having an asset library or database to choose from for procedural generation. So I just wanted to highlight those things with everyone, because it's not a thing of, if you compare it to Unreal and this is what it is, it's a data set, it's the engine, it's locked in. And if you want any extras, you call them in for tech support. This is ongoing because it's Star Citizen, it's Chris Roberts, it's Benoit, it's CIG, it's the community. It's this reiteration and this retelling, this ongoing maturation of the process.
To be there. It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different data sets. Like
I can't help myself, man. I just stop and look and it's like, this is playing the game too, just looking at the visuals.
Height maps, humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it.
I saw this, I said, Twix is gonna have a freaking field day.
Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools...
This right here, this was so huge. There's, I believe, so much behind this. And I noticed this was the only strange and alien looking planet they gave us as a teaser. 07 Crutho and Soleus. 07.
This, by the way, is all one planet, but I don't know if you know. This is all Pyro 1.
Yes.
That's right. I keep saying it. Nyx 1. This is all of this is the Nyx 1's going to be an incredible, when we get it, it's going to be the best, obviously, hands down, the best planet.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be great to see when they bring in the rework of the other
my goodness,
Stanton and Pyro, but this is going to be the place.
Yeah. In this segment, when they're talking about the Genesis system, what I started thinking about and what I got excited for when they were talking about the rocks, the way the rocks and stuff are going to be set up now, the way the terrain is going to be set up now, and they're going to show this, and with the grass and all that stuff, the mobility of vehicles on planet is going to be a lot, just way better than it is now, because
Smartly
the
placed.
way things are smartly placed, like the way the technology is going to set this stuff up, the pathways are going to be created so you're not just a rock every 2 clicks, right? Every couple of meters you're smacking into.
It's
exactly
so bad right now. No,
you're going to see it in this video.
It's going to be experience changing, especially anytime you're on the ground with anything, because of those changes that they made. It's
more immersive.
Truly going to be one of the best experiences as far as both, not just the visual, but like just your how you experience like these planets with this update is going to be much better, and hopefully it'll make give us good, useful reasons, and ability to use ground vehicles more usefully.
Hover bikes, all vehicles such as that.
Those things are death traps right now. So
don't do it. Play at your own risk.
I think also in this same section they talk about placements for minerals, like the gem minables and the ship minables. I think in this, because they make a joke about how rock placement before was kind of wonky, and like the low flyer would fly into rocks, and he's like, next time you fly into a rock or a canyon, it's your fault. Like,
you're
like,
doing it on purpose.
It's because it's a skill issue at that point.
But because of the new tech, I mean, the ability from space to be able to get a good sense of areas where resources are more abundant. Just from the visual aspect of it is that is a tremendous accomplishment, and it's going to be a great experience for people to. And it does give us a little bit of a sense of exploration, because these planets are quite large. But it will allow people to find new areas and things that nobody's found yet. Like and it'll improve things it'll create obviously new gameplay for mining, but also for base building, for site location discovery,
opens it up
and development.
But you guys make a great point, and it's another thing. What is this game essentially when you get into it? It becomes a grind. It becomes a time sink. And that's one of the better aspects that they did subtly or on a small level that is huge in itself, because you literally get into a mining ship, you go to the base of the rocks to examine, and basically you're not exposing yourself out there and playing scavenger hunt randomly. Let's say this is not a good rock, this is not a good rock. You now have a focused location of where these rocks are. You get in the game, you get it, and you get down to business right away.
It's about that bottom line,
and you basically get what you need, and you get the hell up out of there.
Not just that. I mean, not just knowing where the rocks are, but looking at the environment and say, this area seems to have like maybe potentially a lot of copper, or this, just from looking at it and say,
visually,
this looks like it's very heavily maybe this type of resource in this area, without just randomly, scan this rock. Oh, this rock has this random stuff in it, and scan this rock. This rock has some completely other random stuff in it. That you're going to have areas of concentration of certain resources that make sense relative to the other things around it, but also just by looking at it, you're going to be like, okay, this looks like this is a good area for this. I'm looking for this. I don't need to scan 1,000 rocks to find it. I can just scan this area. It's like, look at this area. It's like, this area right here looks like there's very likely a good place for this resource I'm looking at, just from the visual aspect of the environment. That's going to make mining, I think, a little bit more a better experience for people especially when they are looking for certain resources, and how they go about being able to find those resources.
Yes. For sure. And I think it's a cat and mouse. But this right here tells me this was so compelling that I'm sure that they have so much more as far as a library or content for really strange and alien-like assets or from a library they can choose from. I think this was just, we'll give them this one thing to tease them, but I mean, by next year, we're going to see a lot more alien type planets.
Will still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity.
Yormandy.
Yeah, since they gave us the one that was supposed to be the swamp one in the rock cave,
yeah.
Hopefully they give us the one that was the rock cave one that's much creepier looking in the swamps. That would be amazing.
Oh. No comment.
This provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home.
That's it. That's the key right there. When you look and say, I want to stay here because this brings me a sort of peace and fulfillment visually, you're not going to think twice about it. But yeah, if it's outside of UEE, you may not invest a lot, but at least you'll say, hey, I'll set down roots here temporarily.
I think people will do that more here in Nyx than Pyro, because Nyx is like, it's not just like a wholly lawless system like Pyro is. So I think Nyx will end up being a homestead for a lot of people when base building first comes around.
But let's double back to what you said, Sky. What's going to happen when they actually apply the Genesis to the existing systems? That people might say, they'll look and say, I'm good at Microtech. Well, I'm good at Orson. I ain't going to a damn place.
Right. When they do, I think a lot of people will do that as well. I think people will look back and that's like, okay, these are amazing, which they will be. I think Microtech and Hurston likely will be, compared to what they are now, really incredible looking.
Yes.
And people, but the thing is, that gives people a lot of choice, and all the choices, at least from a visual experience, from a location, quality of location experience, will be, they'll have multiple choices that will be amazing, regardless of what choice they make, as far as the quality of these locations and how people, what people enjoy. They'll find that it won't be just like Nyx 1, everyone's going to go there because Nyx 1's great and everything else is subpar in comparison. By the time that happens, I think several of the Pyro planets, people are like, no, this is my place. Like, it's just, to me, it's my favorite location. And, it's going to be comparable in quality to Nyx 1, but so is Microtech and so is Hurston, although they're going to be different. And they're going to have certain aspects of them that are different. The level of quality of each of the planets are going to be such that, like, you're not going to have one planet when base building comes out that's going to be a land rush for just that location where everyone's just going to be going there. There's going to be plenty of choices such that when it comes out, people will be just going all over the place. And you won't just get inundated in one place and just everywhere else be empty.
Yeah. Yeah, people would just have to wait for Genesis to cover everything and change everything. But I think this comes full circle to what we were talking about earlier, in regards to I'm having a brain fart right now. But what was it?
I have an idea of what you might be talking about, but I don't want to throw you off if it's not.
Go ahead and say it. Yeah, we're discussing. Go ahead.
Well, okay. So I don't know if this is where your thought process was going, but when you were talking about like Genesis coming online and like we're talking about base building and like how things are slowly coming in, I was mainly just thinking about the game as a whole, personally, and like you play games now that give you periodic updates, right? Or like new content drops. And that's kind of how I see Star Citizen now, even though it's not launched, even though it's not 1.0, it's like I think somewhere in here they talk about like the systems are complete or being completed. But once that starts happening, when base building comes online, it may only be on like a certain system, right? But like that, those, I like being a part of that process, right? It's just like, okay, even it's just in Nyx or just in Pyro, base building is turned on. We're going to turn base building on, or like this Genesis tech is going to be on another in Stanton next, and then we'll start being able to build there. Like you're slowly kind of stepping into it, but like we are part of that. We're a part of that process, right? Like, do you want to come into this game fresh and new and not knowing anything at all? Like, and this game will be very overwhelming to those people who are brand new to the game because they don't know what they don't know. But
they're gonna take their chances with this, though. They're gonna take their chances.
But like, we're gonna know already. We're gonna be in it, right? We're gonna be the forerunners, right? So if you learn what you need to learn on the first time when base building first drops in one system, as soon as the system that you want to build in comes out, you're hitting the ground running. Like all the ins and outs. You got all the gear
be the people that people hire to do all that. I mean, it's going to be a profession for sure for a lot of people. I will probably jump into not just building my own place, but actually like probably doing a lot of base building for other people who aren't going to buy the ships or and do that, but that's going to be honestly a pretty significant I think profession for a lot of people, doing that for people, orgs that want to build out a whole plantation, almost city, but individuals building their own homesteads, but they don't have a ship that does base building. Like it's going to be a lot. But for people who learn it early, and I hope there's some experience base where you get, you do a better job as you learn more, so your skill set improves, and how in doing it and laying things out and such. I mean, I think it'll be something that people do. There are some people that do that exclusively, and they'll be busy all the time, just going from place to place, building out locations for somebody else.
What a world it will be when you can go to someone and set up like a pseudo contract of resources. Like for me, like I do salvage, right? So it's like, hey, like there was I think it was one of not the resource drive, but the supply or die. There was a section where it was like construction material and RMC. And I had people come to me because they knew I did RMC, and they're just like, look, I got the construction material. Just feed me whatever RMC that you got or that you're getting, and we'll just knock this out. And like, I didn't even have to get the other thing. All I had to do was just do what I was doing already and supply others. So like, if they're trying to build up a base, like just go to other orgs and be like, hey, if your org isn't situated in this way to get this types of supplies, we are. And now I can feed you that stuff.
I think a lot of base builders will do that. They'll get their people that they know that they work with, that those people are the ones getting the resources, and that'll be their contact for all the resources they need. That and or a handful of people, and they won't be ones having to go and get those resources, nor they'll just be going to a space station and just buying them. That they'll get them directly from the people that are producing those resources themselves, and they'll have their contacts that they will their suppliers that they will work with on a regular basis.
Or you can sell it for cheaper, a little bit cheaper, and undercut them.
Well, especially if you get someone you work with for consistently for a long time, so you're working in consistent volume or large volume, you probably will work a deal, especially since they're an ongoing customer where your costs will be a little bit less than, especially having to go fly off to different locations and just buy from stations or landing zones. But you get that connection, that direct resource, and a consistent resource. You will be able to work your flow a little bit better. You'll know where the resource is going to come from. You'll build your sources of reliability, and you'll build a kind of what you will know to be a more consistent pricing structure that you can rely on with these individuals. And so a lot of this will start to become more of a player-to-player interaction.
Reputation.
For all of these things, versus as it is right now, we just buy and sell at stations, but none of it really matters.
Supply and demand is an issue. You can mitigate or work around the supply and demand economy.
But with kind of like what he was talking about, when it comes to certain missions, but with base building especially, it'll be like, hey, you deal with a lot of this. Instead of me trying to go from place to place, trying to see which locations have enough RMC for me.
Time is money. Yeah.
Like you are my source for RMC.
Yes.
So I'm
bottom
doing
line, baby.
all of the work I'm doing is it's involving now more and more players doing direct transactions with each other, whereas that's not really how the game is played for the most part now.
Yeah.
Right now it's you either gather a resource and you go and sell it at a location.
And there's no guarantee it's going to
whatever.
be there. The supply is going to be there. There's no guarantee.
Or you're going to buy a resource there. Like we don't do a lot of player on player resource transactions now.
Right.
Now. There are that I think they did a great job with the missions where it opened the door for that, just like what he was talking about. But with base building, I think you're going to see a lot more of that, to
Resources
where players get more involved with each other when it comes to supply and demand.
Yes. Yep.
So on that note too, I was just thinking about, like, let's say you're in Pyro, right? And you're trying to build a base in Pyro, right? You may have to fly all the way to Stanton through the gates, buy your supplies, and you have to haul that all the way back through the gates into Pyro, through Pyro space, right? That's danger. But if you know you have a supply, like you got someone in Pyro, they're in the same system and they're reliable, you're going to go there. Because like you said, time is money. And then also, I don't want to risk my own neck because that's my money invested all the way out there. I got to haul that stuff back. I can go down the street to this one planet or then, down to another station. This guy I know is reliable and I can pick it up there.
Yep.
Not only that, but if you know you have that resource, you might also be willing to pay them a premium for them to direct deliver a lot of those resources right to where you're working on site, where you can continue to work and you call up your supplier, and that supplier who has that resource has somebody that works with them or them themselves, brings that straight to you, and then you pay them for that, and they bring it to you where you're working, like things that you can't do with the game
elevator.
Right now.
The possibilities are insane.
Yeah, Star Sim, the economy, reputation. I remember what I was going to say when we came full circle when we talked about people will not tell you if they have a potato computer or not. They'll kind of signal or tell on themselves about these complaints about this doesn't play right or this is a lie about how the performance is and all this. When you see this and know that people are playing this and having a great time, you damn right you're going to start upgrading your computer. When you see this, you're going to upgrade your damn computer. And it's going to mitigate, and then those little complaints about this ain't doing this and this ain't doing that right, it's going to shrink. Those numbers are going to shrink exponentially. Fired. Double barrel. Boom. Boom. Buckshot. Buckshot. When you look at these visuals, you're going to get rid of that old ass computer. You're going to get rid of that old ass computer. Oh, I think I'm going to upgrade. You better. You're going to have to.
What's going on in this video? Where are we at?
It's all about Genesis.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear,
he is
Genesis.
He is not River Guy. I want to put some respect on this man's name. Okay, we're gonna see it.
Our name for a group of technologies that are in.
Will Hain. That's him. Okay, let me take the closed caption off for now. Will Hain. He is not River Guy. He is Senior Engine Programmer for Genesis. He started making rivers, but look at him now, y'all. 07 Will. Way to come up, baby. Way to come up. This is what we're talking about. When we said, they're making hires and they got to learn in this learning curve. Look how far he has come from. He made a river. Oh, shit, he just making one river. Oh, what the hell? This is going to take forever. And he went from 1 to 65 to hundreds of rivers in the game, right? Those little complainers, I remember you. We were mad because he was only making a few rivers at a time just to get the metrics in to understand what was going on. And then it grew exponentially. And now look at him. This is the problem, people. You're too impatient, but this shows that Chris knows what the hell he's doing. As he says, armchair developers. I'm talking to you.
This is actually where he talks about the rocks I was saying and the formation. This is where you're going to see the cars driving around, and the way the technology, the Genesis sets up the planets and puts the rocks where they should be, you know, the rock formations and the formations of the mountains. So this is the part, and this is where he kind of calls people out and like, it's going to be a skill issue if you guys can't navigate.
Yes. But he's the Genesis architect, man.
Proving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on Planet Tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve.
Wait a minute, what did he say? What did he say? I work on what? He's not working on damn rivers.
Group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, group of technologies that are
continue our technology.
Wait, I want to get that. I want to capture that again. He does not work exclusively on rivers.
So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on Planet Tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know.
This is interesting.
Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
This is so freaking cool. Look at the cloud formations now. So different.
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps.
Good gosh.
These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them.
Wow.
So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit.
No popping, baby.
The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a...
He said current season, y'all.
Yeah. They did say they're going to have seasons, and I hope that eventually that'll be somewhat driven by orbital rotations if they decide to implement that. If they decide to implement that into the game. They did talk about it. They did say that they could do that. But Benoit last year said that that will be predicated on dynamic server meshing to be able to do that. So we'll see if they ever do choose to do that. They don't have to with this game. We're very much accustomed to planets being where they are all the time.
Yeah.
But I think it could add a great element to the game if planets were in different locations within their orbit at different times, and that did, is a the primary cause of development and the changing of seasons at locations. Yeah, but we'll
Yes.
see.
Yes, for sure. I mean, that is huge. The fact that he's bringing in season.
Far more complete image.
Gosh.
And allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
How beautiful. How beautiful is that?
When
How
we
beautiful.
approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got 2 major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before. The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
There you go, Twix.
Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis.
Nice. And it helps.
So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you.
Skill issue.
Ouch.
The rock
User
assets
error.
themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets
These grasslands
related to a
look
particular geology
incredible
that look like
compared
they
to anything
originated
we've
from the
ever
same
had in the
source.
game.
And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in
Say again,
much more
Sky.
interesting ways too.
So these grasslands now look incredible compared to anything
Oh my
we've ever
God.
had in the game, or really
Yes.
On par
now
with
that our
any
base
of the
terrain and rock setting
highest
lets
fidelity games
Let's
that
add
we've
some
seen.
vegetation.
Very
Because we've never
comparable.
really
Some
had
additional
like
biome.
really like thick, proper grass in the game.
The foliage, jungle-like
Next to forests
environment.
and grasslands.
Look at that.
Trees, various grass species, rock formations. And they're found in all sorts of elevations, like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows. And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland-type biomes.
But this alien type, these entities here, they're just a tease. Can you imagine once we really get out there and see really alien-like planets? Woo!
I mean, technically, all these planets are alien
Wild
planets.
forests are
Correct.
super-
But that's
visually,
yeah.
I mean, they are.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know what you mean. I know
you
what
are
mean.
right. You are. Technically, they are alien. But seeing something that's kind of out of like a movie set,
Yeah.
man.
I'm sure they'll continue to add more of these like non-Earth type fauna
There you go.
etc. into more and more planets, and all of it looks great.
Yep. That's the creepy part.
Sorry, flora, not fauna.
today.
Oh my gosh, guys.
The grasslands, like
So-
this
Oh my
looks
God.
How are
incredible.
we making these look so great?
It's like you want to make it a
Obviously,
home,
we've had
right?
grass before, but
Yeah.
never
But you know it's too
meadows.
damn dangerous to be
Because
out in the
until
wide open
now,
like
We
that.
haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities
Oh
or
my
effectively
gosh.
represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms
You heard them step up. They said they're stepping up their game, potato people. You know what I'm talking about. Upgrade your computers.
I think though the way that they've gone about this is actually going to be a performance improvement over
Yes.
the current planetary tech.
Yes.
But they've done a lot of look and work with some of the tech being developed in Open3D. That's what they look at for a lot of. They've looked at a lot of things that they developed, and they've used that as a lot of ideas for the ways they've gone to resolving like the planetary tech and performance and how law scaling works and how like law development at distance works and everything, and how they
popping.
And what they've accomplished is really quite. It is really impressive because there's nothing, you can't build out a location of this scale and Unreal, and it can look amazing. You can't build it at scale like this and it perform well at all. But I do, from my understanding, how they've made the changes to how the tech works and where the load and demand is put, on our systems that this is actually a performance improvement over like going like to Microtech right now or any other planetary surface. So
and they can optimize it. It is optimized, and also knowing that Vulkan has a strong hand in this too, because it's balancing between your CPU and GPU as well.
Much better than DirectX 11, which does not do that well.
No.
And we know they're not going to go to DirectX 12. That's why they're doing a hard push for Vulkan.
Yes.
Which we should be seeing a tech preview for all backers next week.
Oh gosh, are you dropping? Did you just drop a bomb up in the air, man?
They were going to do it 3 weeks ago, but then they ran into a blocker, and then 4.3.2 was the priority, and they wanted to focus on getting that done and in our hands in live.
You're not getting yourself in trouble, are you?
No, I haven't mentioned any name or anything.
Okay.
But middle of next week, we should be getting that next Vulkan test.
The insanity of this is procedural. I don't know if we can. Are we getting the fact that we're calling it procedural?
Because before, all the planet development was not really procedural. They finally developed a super high fidelity procedural system for developing these planets that has done obviously something tremendously incredible with what the result is from it.
How hard would it be to create Terra now?
Well, the landscape not hard, but the Terra does have like a major city. That's where a lot of the work is going to be. That's why it's going to take longer.
Correct.
It's
longer than what they used to do as far as Planetary Tech 4, or longer just on that hero city itself, because they want to get it right.
City. The planet itself, they probably already have the planet honestly fleshed out.
Yes.
But the hero city of Terra is probably something they're still working on, and it's going to be very high level. Terra itself, like Lorville.
You're going robot.
You're
going robot.
Yeah, it's going to be. They're probably going to spend most of the next year and a half, still building out that location. The planet's probably already finished laying out the planet itself, but the huge city is going to be, huge city is going to be what they put the most time on.
Yeah, it's so beautiful though.
Of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes.
GPU spawning.
Dense meadows, or more complex collections of ground cover, like you can see in these wetlands.
Oh my god.
Man, it's so good,
We
man.
are also
Oh my
fitting
God.
grasslands to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result, they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before.
Wix, this is what you were talking about earlier, okay? Here we go.
Yeah, and they've obviously done some work with ground vehicle behavior
Next,
here.
let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as
Which
in
is
real
way
life,
better than what we
shading of
experience
grass
most of the
blade,
time.
Or indeed a whole field of grass is lit very differently to like a flat surface.
Oh my goodness.
We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface.
3D.
This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving.
They're going to get
distant
rewards for this
representation of
engine.
grass.
They're going to get awards for
So
science.
let's talk about the distance problem.
They have to.
One of our biggest achievements with
yes,
Genesis is
okay, now-
allowing us
That's
to
just that
build
this
beautiful
looks
biomes
incredible.
out of flora and geology assets
Good
like a
Lord.
building set. Like, can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past,
Tonight's
this broke
entertainment.
down
Whoa,
very
Twix,
quickly when
thanks for
objects
the
simply
raid.
disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20,
What are
100
you
kilometers
doing,
away.
man? 07.
Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions
Yes, sir.
from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain.
This is, yeah.
Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales.
This is large that you were talking about, Sky. Levels of detail. This
And this is this is where they were looking at some of the Open 3D's work for terrain, and some of how that they've developed some investments there, and they've implemented that here. And I do this is, I think, like I say, because they can't use the nanite, but this is like an alternative for how detail is loaded in based on distance.
Yes, no no popping.
Yeah.
No
Right.
popping.
So
What did we call that term? Shader pop? Or what was it called? Shader cast? What did we call that? Because
I mean,
Unreal.
it's LOD popping, I guess, really
Yeah.
is mostly what I know it
Yeah.
as. But yeah, with nanite, it was more
Nanite.
of with nanite, they kind of meshed between the different LODs. There's still LODs. They still like have like say 7 LODs or 5 LODs, depending, but you'll still have like up to like 7 LODs of detail for
Smooth
like
transition,
an item,
though. Yeah.
like a tree. But with nanite, they slowly pixelate between the LODs rather than popping between one LOD and the other as your
yes.
distance comes closer. And it determines how many pixels need to be dedicated to that based on distance, right?
Correct.
So it'll slowly just
7 layers.
slowly kind of blend in between LODs
It's
versus
smooth.
just right. So it's much smoother looking. And this is like their
They're caching this.
non-nanite solution to being able to do a very similar thing.
VTP,
To-
virtual terrain patches. VTP. And look at the fluctuations from how the elevations, how he's showing the examples. That man, this is their answer to 5.2. Now, what is it? 5.5 Unreal now.
Yeah. I haven't worked on Unreal past 5.4. I haven't worked with any of the new stuff, but
nice.
That's
incredible. CIG.
This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
Oh. They can
When
change
creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills,
But he said they'll evaluate
some more dramatic
accordingly.
rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nyx 1 as well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data.
Dagobah.
This biome combines all of the elements from
That's
the other
Chris's
biomes
baby,
we've shown you today.
Dagobah.
From
But
water
you notice they
interaction,
got the
dense
kind of the
spawning,
green algae
ground
in the
coverage.
water,
Yes.
as well as
I
the
think it
floating
creates something
plants.
really
You know,
unique.
but yeah,
The
it looks
pods.
phenomenal. It
Yeah,
looks
lily
phenomenal.
pods. Frogs are coming. Oh gosh.
there isn't any biome that they show that doesn't look like just at another level, even from what we saw last
Blurs
year.
the line.
It's fantastic.
That's our
So,
update.
Yeah, it blurs the
on Planet
line.
Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the
Yes.
ice.
the water.
And I hope you're
They
as
brought that
excited
to
as
another
we are
level
to
as well.
explore
Yep, the water. You want to say anything? You want to add anything?
this and everything we
Me
haven't
or-
shared
or-
yet next
Or
year.
Twix.
Yeah, the reflections, the water reflections.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create
Cloud
planets
tech for me.
of the quality and believability
Yeah, these clouds look
we've
great.
always
It is.
strived for.
Not noisy.
And meeting of
A
technology
little bit
and
more
art
realistic
that
to
I
what you see
truly
if you look at like
will
Yes.
set our
Earth's
worlds
clouds from
apart
space.
anything we've seen
Yes.
They've finally got
And with that said,
a better,
let's
like
move on
more
to a little
realistic
travel
kind of
between systems.
pattern design
Yes.
stylization to the clouds. Yeah,
Yep.
it looks really great.
I cannot wait.
Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been
This
able
is
to
a
link these
great
together.
introduction
But with
or
the introduction of our
addition
third
as
star
well.
system, it's time for this to change. And
Wow.
that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you
This
talking
is
about today?
economy. It's
System
feeding
to system
into the
hauling
economy.
missions. Hauling is back.
Right into it.
Everyone said Holly was gone. You guys even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nix, taking various volumes
Here
of
we go.
cargo between the stations.
Hello,
So there'll be
Ironclad.
high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships.
See?
And there'll be a
Hull
few
C.
sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton.
Oh, wow.
And drop it off there at one of the Helios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point,
So this was so important. They said you have to pick up and drop off to another location, meaning what you saw with the EVA cargo grid, it's at the beginning and it's going to be on the other end as well. There's going to be consistency there. So hence why,
Across,
yeah,
and
it's gonna-
across systems,
yes.
which right now is
Yes.
not. There are no jobs that do that. So
Correct. Everything is going to be supportive of that initiative with the cargo hauling between systems, which they're incentivizing. And I suspect that we may get the E as well because they're actively working on B, right? Is that correct? The B series?
they're working on the B. Work on the B. We need the D. Someone was talking about the E recently too.
Mhm.
I do think it might make sense for them to scale down. So like the C has like what 3,000, like 600 whatever SEU cargo.
Good Lord.
The D has like 20,000. It's a massive jump up, but the E is almost 100,000. It's like 98,000. Some people were arguing it's like maybe they should actually look at the E and maybe scale it down closer to like 50,000. They might do that
Yeah.
because 50,000 SCU is still insane. I
lot.
mean, the C is already
Yes.
insane. But at the very least, I think the D would be great too. And like I said, I have a C because it's a loaner because I have
Wow.
a D. So
Oh,
I'd love to get
really?
yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, again, this is when CIG was not pricing ships smartly. They came out with the C, which originally was $200. When it came out to the game live, they priced it at $500.
Don't
But
get 'em started.
The D was literally only $50 more, and it's like 4 times the cargo. Like, it's way bigger than the C. But they priced the C. You could literally buy the D at the same time for like $50 difference. Like made no sense at all.
Can't
Made
do
no
that
sense.
now.
Yeah. Which is why I have the D, but I get the C anyway. It's like why buy the D? There's literally like, in fact, I think the D may have been $450. I think the D may have been cheaper than the C when the C came out because they hadn't changed the price of the D, and I think it was still $450, but they priced the C at $500.
Yeah.
So why pay $500 for a C when you can pay $450 for a D, which is much bigger, and then get the C as a loaner, which is what I did. Like,
yeah.
well, actually, I did the upgrade because I already had the C, at $200, but like I could anyway, I didn't have to pay any money, and I upgraded from a C to a D because of how they had the pricing structure and everything done. I don't know if they changed the price of the D, But if they haven't and it's still $450, like don't buy a C. Go buy a D for less money and get them a bigger ship. Because you still will get the C right now as a loaner. So it's not like you're missing out. You're not missing out on anything.
Wow, great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
So,
yeah.
But they may. I don't think you can buy the D right now. I could be wrong. And if you can, they realize that mistake and change the price. But, yeah. Hopefully they give us the D sometime soon. But the C is big enough for pretty much like anything right now. And the Ironclad's going to be coming soon as well.
Yeah.
And that ship's going to be great. I'm going to love trying that one out as well. So.
Yeah. Well, Coffee said, you brought up the point about the E. He said, logistically speaking, it's way too much. So, to your point, they may just be dialing it back to where it's manageable, where it makes sense. I send it 07. Good day. I mean, Ty says, I don't think it's unreasonable if you look at the amount of cargo on the Seraphim station. It is hundreds upon hundreds of spindles. Yeah, but we're talking about thousands and woof. Unless you and we what is the 32 is the largest we have, right?
Right now, I think are they going to 64 eventually? Is that the max size, or 32 going to stay the max? I think they originally 64 was going to be a size as well. I could be wrong. They may have decided to max out at 32.
Yeah.
Someone who knows better than I do might answer that.
Yeah, I would be okay with them going with 64. It would make sense. 64-bit dual precision. Why not? No way. They're going to go bigger.
Yeah, I think they've landed on sticking with 32, and they've scaled a lot of the gravity plates and such on ships for that kind of 32 max size. So I think that they've locked in on that. So
yeah,
which is fine. 32 SU is plenty big enough for yeah.
Good gosh. Yeah. D&E.
While going through it, these missions will require you to.
Oh yeah, that is CIG's way, Coffee.
They're no way
blah,
limited.
bigger.
You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake Cutter myself, between Stanton and Nix.
Oh gosh. Drake Cutter.
Just a Drake Cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake Cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions
I like that.
might get really tight, and you've got to learn to be very fast.
I like that.
All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nix system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
That's insane right there. When I noticed that, I'm thinking,
So Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
When I looked at this device, and I immediately couldn't help but think about the Orion, because you need a device to break these larger rocks down. So what does it say to, or what the ability of the Orion is? Is this a purpose for them to kind of do metrics to say, well, if you have an Orion, you can almost do the same thing, sort of type of deal? And then any and all things that are pertaining to mining can congregate and work together with the Orion to break things down to a more fractional, smaller size, so that it can be scooped up and refined and all the things, etc. But I wonder, it's only a refinery, not a mining vessel. Well, Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's true. I see what you're saying, Coffee. You grab it and you place it onto the Orion to refine it. Yeah. Oh, I'm having mic issues. What's going on? What's going on, Twix? Too loud? What mic issues? You need to list your stream. List it? Listen. I need to listen to it. Oh boy. Audio, you are the bane of my streams. Oh boy. Oh God. Let's see here. Okay, I'm talking. Is it like stuttering or something? I wonder if
Is it you? Was it you, or is it me, or is it us, or what is it?
The bigger problem was the mic on your phone yesterday. Couldn't hear you. I know, Coffee. I got to get that worked out, man. I got some solutions coming for that. It sounds okay, Twix. Twix is...
Oh, it's Twix is gone.
I thought you were fixing dinner,
Twix...
man.
Is he fixing dinner?
Yeah.
It is almost that time, isn't it? We talk so much.
Oh, just kidding.
I talk
Sky's
so much.
fine. What do you hear, Twix? I'm listening to the stream.
On occasion, I could hear a little bit of like background noise when you talk.
Oh, it's probably the freaking. Hold on.
Because obviously you have a noise gate.
Yeah, I got
right,
the net engine, jet engine going. 1 second. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah. I think that's probably all that it was. Yeah.
1 second.
You could probably use NVIDIA or whatever to
okay.
Noise gate, kind of quiet out that background noise.
Yeah.
If you had to.
What, NVIDIA?
Yeah, they've got some tools for, mics as well to eliminate background noise.
Okay. It's gone now. Twix is gone. How's it going? Is it gone now?
Yeah, I'm just hearing you. So I don't. Yeah, as far as when you're talking right now, I'm not hearing any background noise. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Rock cracker is where you have to crack a rock.
This is how.
It's a big rock.
How is this?
You want more?
Regenerative.
So way out into the Kieger belt, you'll find these
keep that
old
going?
QV breaker stations.
This was offbeat for
These
me,
are
man.
originally
I didn't see this one
industrial
coming.
facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down.
The big
Since
nutcracker.
they've been mothballed, and been left
The ball
abandoned.
buster.
Yeah.
So
How
you're
do you-
going to have to find your way in.
Here's the thing. How does it set itself? Is it automated? Does it set itself up for you? Do you?
That's a great
pull?
question. I'm kind of hoping that means
weird.
we can use like tractor beam ships, relevant tractor, to move some of these smaller asteroids that will fit into this in order to break them. That could make some of these tractor beam ships relevant.
Are we using the SRV now? Are they trying to find a purpose for the SRVs?
Give the SRV even more relevant use
Yeah.
for moving things like asteroids that are maybe too big to actually mine for a ship, but not like too big to move into so not the massive asteroids, but ones about that scale like they're showing here. Maybe you can, since there are going to be moving asteroids in these asteroid fields, maybe there are also asteroids that you can move yourself. So make Make the SRV relevant for utilizing in this kind of workflow as well,
Yeah.
for part of your collection of ships involved in a major mining operation. An SRV can pull maybe a large asteroid of this scale into a facility like this,
Yes.
rather than it just already being there, right? You know, because that doesn't make sense for the same asteroid. I mean, that might be what they do to begin with, but it would be great if the SRV could move asteroids that are up to a certain scale,
Yes.
right?
6 SRVs.
Or 6. Yeah, or again, maybe it takes more than one SRV, but maybe kind of like tugboats, you can get 2 or 3 or 6 SRVs to move a very large asteroid that fits inside of something like this. But
Yes.
it does give them more relevance.
Or do you, or does the facility itself move? I don't know. This was a little offbeat for me because it did not see. Look, it looks like it could move on its own. I don't know. I don't know how to describe this.
I'm pretty sure that's the laser.
Yeah,
that they're looking down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a little offbeat for me.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance.
So it's a mini game within
Now, as
operating it.
you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may
engine.
be ways to bring the facility
The engine that runs the laser or the engine that moves it?
back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility.
Okay.
Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
Or
the secondary gameplay loop.
I would have thought maybe you bring it online and it can rotate and then it has a tractor beam on its own that pulls in rocks through it. I don't know. But yeah,
it don't only work as long as the rocks are close enough, right? You know,
Yeah.
I think if their plan isn't for you to be able to move larger asteroids to like a station like this, then that should be something that they should make as a, again, like bring the SRV's relevance up by making it a thing you can do with while utilizing those ships within a mining operation to move large asteroids to a facility like this. It would be the right way to do this. So it helps people who have ships that aren't really heavily utilized, but have a technological capability that like the game mechanics aren't really, maximizing very well, and give them more reason to exist and be used.
Yeah. Something that's on the shelf, knock off the dust and bring it back in to work, put it to work. But yeah, they got to give me something down the line to say, well, what does this mean? It's just all I see is an apparatus and it breaks rocks.
FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
They're making a mission giver though.
Outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
I think I'm okay with this being mission driven, but along with that, the end result is, hey, you're going to cash in because of what this facility is capable of. But you know what though? Based on like similar to ASD or whatever missions that are involved, mission givers where it resets itself. I think you have to get the mission giver for it, then it's ready to go. It's instanced, and then you knock down those pillars of achievements that you have to knock down to get to the payout. And I think it's something that's saying, hey, this is a mission giver, or this is a part of the gameplay feature that the rock is always will be there, but you physically break it, you extract, and then you go. Then the mission giver resets itself. I think that's probably what they're bringing it across as.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
Okay, that's it then. It stays there. It's static.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
Come on, man.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's
maybe it's just a
sandbox
bandwidth
activity.
issue that's causing
You can
the.
kind of go to these.
It's the
whenever you want
3.5 connector.
This content is for
maybe it's that
players
too.
who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content.
Yeah, that's a
on there.
flaw, man. That's a fundamental engineering flaw, the 3.5 input.
It will be
Gotta get the
a very
XLR.
new experience compared
Say
to any
again?
other asteroids because
Gotta
this
use
one,
an XLR.
kind of
This
like
is it.
Alan in Mind, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make
Yep.
a decent amount of scratch on an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
But what,
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah.
what
They've
is
gotta
it, though?
balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0
Quantanium?
come in, it will be a place where
Yeah,
like
I
an
noticed.
organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you
07.
into the evolving storyline of all three systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more.
Why do they have them
I'm
acting
just
in the
remembering that Will
background?
Hain is in France at the
Stop
watch
it.
party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty
That is-
Barfast over there how they're going to use
that is
Genesis
so
to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The Citizen Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out
okay.
what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Vanduul, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vanduul to Star Citizen, a cool Vanduul knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this
Can't
year's
buy the
Digital
goodies
Goodies
pack
Pack,
now, right?
which you can
It's
still
already
pick
gone.
up right now on the RSI store.
You mean gone off the sale or like?
Yeah, I don't think you can buy it now, right?
Oh, really?
I'm assuming it's gone since the event's over with.
Oh my gosh. Oh. He actually interns be background extras. That one guy had 2 years of acting school.
So now let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's
Oh, this
work
was crazy,
in-
man. This was crazy. I didn't see this one coming.
All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nix star system and the Vandal are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nix, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating everybody's hard work. And
you got more, right?
Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning in PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that.
Of course.
Oh, damn.
Thank you.
Oh, damn.
Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right.
You know what? Oh, no.
No.
Is that him?
No. No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and
to
welcome to
Benton
Talking
Quest.
Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe.
Oh, hide your wallets. What do you think of the Sky? What do you think of the Shiv?
The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the
It's
most
cool
we've ever done in a
for what it is,
12-month period.
and like we were saying earlier, I hope that when we get to more crafting and ship building, that we can actually customize the ships that we craft / build like this ourselves.
Yes.
Food machine, toilet.
Or we can choose the engines that we have on there. We can maybe start with a particular hull, but we can do certain alterations to that hull from the base, to a certain degree. So we can do some level of customization to ship crafting / building.
Yeah, definitely a love letter to Starfield with what they're doing with their manufacturing brands and cross chassis, doing cross chassis type of deal. But I think there's something to be said about it doesn't have to look like something that's from Pyro. They could have cleaner versions of that, a la Starfield. Once we get our hands on templates, Rays may look a certain way, but if we use templates and, like you said, create our own amalgam of these ships, they'll look a little cleaner. I don't know.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I don't think we have to do it like where it's like very hodgepodge, like that hodgepodge.
Yeah.
To the end user, and this is something Xperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke
Well,
weapon, the
I don't know,
Cypher
Coffee.
functionally it is
well,
the same as the
I looked at
existing 5 plasma cannon
how he
side,
described it,
but
and
is
I'm
a
just
sort of
going,
Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic.
it may
compared to
not
those
look
models you'll see.
like
They're very much
Starfield in the creation, like you snap pieces together, but maybe there's a user interface that you bring together. I don't know, a chassis and thrusters, because he did describe it in a way of it has the Valkyrie thrusters, and they had distinctions of their parts, of who's the manufacturer.
older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling.
But I think these for me were offbeat. I didn't see this coming. I knew the Paladin was coming, but I thought it was going to be released for IAE for some reason.
Stinger from the squadron team and
I think that's just the Perseus. Well, it may not even be just the Perseus, but it definitely is the Perseus.
Really well-established art style.
Perseus, yeah, for IAE.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I thought they were going to throw the Paladin over there in IAE, but yeah, they brought it out the other day, and this, I think, for people who want alien ships, this is good for them. I'm I'm not gonna go anywhere near a Vandal ship. I'm not going anywhere near it. People take a shot at me just from
I didn't buy. I'm
principle.
not going to buy any of these ships, but they all look, really good for what they are.
Mhm.
I mean, the Stinger looks like it looks pretty incredible.
Yeah.
But the Paladin's going to be a
Ominous.
great ship for a lot of people for what it's
Oh, yeah.
designed for, and it's going to be
Yes.
really good for that. So
Yeah.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and at least you're kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat.
It's got some bad new Defender vibes
like a
too.
motorbike.
You're basically
Stinger.
riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
I'm very happy with the Stinger. I think the team done a really good job of making something that feels different. It feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job.
To me, it looks
of
like it's going to take a
respecting
lot of hits.
the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance.
Yeah, the Paladin
We
looks
have
great.
The Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested
Gray.
in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
This is totally different right here.
we did see this ship,
the
and
ship,
like I said, in 2023.
well,
Yeah.
in the Squadron 42 video that they
It's
did.
what happens when someone who
This is all
a
I-
genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever.
If anything, I would want to see this come out of Pyro more so than anything else.
want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to
Good
make
Lord.
something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of the Cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Here we go.
Even the bits that are obviously a Cutlass have had panels welded on, panels
Yeah.
removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels Cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained
Oh
a
gosh,
toilet.
it's under the standard of the. Well, yeah, that tells me it's definitely under the Drake standard right
one
there.
for doing stuff, and then you need
Come
a second
on.
one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken
Oh,
that
gosh.
ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
He can move. I want to see it
This is
fly
something new
because
and different for Star
I think that thing can
Where
really
did it come
move.
from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just nothing. Just
No comment.
Gray goes to
Johnson.
places and talks to people.
No
I mean,
comment.
there are just many ways to find these things
Oh,
that.
gosh. No comment.
Are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but money's money.
Oh wow. Well,
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it, don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
Boy.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's Talking Ship for another year. So.
You gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
That was awkward.
I do gotta say, this is where I was a little surprised and mildly. There are a couple of things I was mildly disappointed in, but this is one area, not the weapons talk, but the fact they only talked not that long about the 3 ships they released yesterday. They didn't say anything about the Perseus at all. They didn't give us the silhouettes of ships they're going to be working for the next year either.
Yeah.
They didn't do any of that. All they did was talk about those 3 ships. I was kind of hoping we would hear a little bit more about possibly some of the other ships we've been kind of hearing about. They would talk about the Perseus since it's upcoming.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're saving that. They're saving that for also we know it's not coming out to IE. I guess they're going to save talking about it until maybe like the anniversary ISC.
Yes.
Next month.
That's the anniversary?
Well,
next month is an anniversary of it?
Yeah, November is their actual anniversary.
Okay.
November 12th or whatever it was is their from from the Kickstarter thing.
Oh, really?
So they used to do an anniversary stream every year, like an official anniversary stream, like with Chris and all of them every year in November, outside of also doing SystemCon. But it'll likely just be kind of like an ISC, like they've been doing lately. So I'm assuming that they'll have an ISC where they really just mostly talk about the Perseus. They also will likely around that time period have an ISC where they will be talking about engineering as well. That's the other disappointment. I really wanted them to talk about engineering here with this, because I do know it is coming, and it is coming this year, at least that's from sources.
Is it appropriate to show it or showcase it with a Perseus or a capital ship?
Yeah, I think it'd be very appropriate maybe to showcase it with the Perseus, since that is coming. Maybe that's where they'll showcase it. Certain sources were surprised that they didn't actually talk about it.
Yeah.
Within CIG, that they didn't talk about it here at CitizenCon Direct.
Yeah.
So I think that they're like, well, that maybe they may be holding it and waiting for like the anniversary, stream thing to do it. So it's very likely next month, right before we get 4.4 and IAE, we're going to get something on engineering and the Perseus then. I was just kind of hoping we'd get more information about that.
Do you think this segment wasn't supposed to be here, that they were supposed to go on further with the Perseus and other ships for IAE?
I don't know. I don't know if they're not only that, but no silhouette of ships that they're currently working on and are going to be working on next year. I kind of wanted to see that. I think everyone kind of wanted to see that. What are we going to be seeing? Like, what are you going to be working on over this next year?
Yeah.
But they didn't talk about any of that at all. They only talked about those 3 ships that they released yesterday. So I don't know. I'm sure over the next month we might hear a little bit more. It's just interesting that they didn't talk about it. So engineering is supposed to be getting a tech preview very soon. That's why I thought we'd hear about it today. I was disappointed that we didn't, but from my understanding, there's a good chance that they will be talking about that here within this next month from right now.
I still want to know what that that ship with the folded wings is. I mean, that's killing me, man. I'm like, what is that? Somebody help me.
That's why I'm surprised they didn't talk about anything else.
Yeah.
They literally only talked about those 3 ships. That was it. No silhouettes of ships they're working on over the next year. No information about any ships that they're going to be working on the next year at all. So I would have liked to have heard a little bit about that, but I'm not going to be like some people are. I'm not going to rage about it. I'm not mad about it. I'm just I was a little disappointed to not hear a little bit more about other ships.
Yeah.
Outside of just the 3 that they released yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Even some stuff that we know they're working on outside of the Perseus to get some updates. Like, you have any updates on, the Ironclad, or any updates on any other ships that we know that they're actively working on? But they didn't give us any of that.
Yeah.
A little disappointed that they didn't give us any of that. But it is what it is. It's not like it. Like, I'm not mad about it. It's just like that was like the most lacking. Like that that was the most lacking part of this whole event. Is we didn't hear anything about engineering. We didn't hear anything about the transport refactor or the inventory refactor. Although they did give us a visual sneak peek of the new inventory, if anyone caught it.
Oh yeah.
But they didn't talk about any of that stuff or any about FPS scanning. I know a lot of people were upset about not hearing about anything about that. Does not mean that we're not going to be getting that here, even within the next 6 months, these things. But I'm just surprised that those things they didn't talk about really at all. Nothing more on ships, nothing on engineering. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to be getting all those things soon. I'm just surprised and was a little disappointed to not hear anything about any of that. Engineering, I was really, really, really hoping that they'd give us some information and updates on engineering.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's going to be more next month.
A little show and tell.
Which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just wanted to hear about it. I was really hoping to hear about it. I was disappointed that it didn't, but it is coming. We are getting it very soon.
But Chris did say when he closed out, he did allude to say there's some more surprises we don't want to, give away.
Right. I think
that
they
was
intentionally
his
didn't talk
message.
about some things because they have intentions of revealing a little more sometime later down the road.
Yeah. I think he wants to really, seriously finish strong in a way that it builds up for excitement for 2026. And I think as far as they've come with what they revealed the other day, I think they all want to finish strong for the year and really give us this really pop of, hey, surprise, guess what? Look at this. But at the same time, it's like it's kind of scripted and it's almost expected that we're to be disappointed to some degree, even though we are excited about some new features.
People are going to be disappointed about something. Well, then some people will just be mad about everything, which I think it's kind of out of hand. But
it's gotten way out of hand.
As far as Nyx and Genesis, 10 out of 10 on that stuff.
Yeah.
The ship segment, 6 out of 10. It's lacking, right? This stuff pretty cool. I just and not hearing anything about some of the refactors that they've been working on that we're supposed to be getting soon. Not hearing about engineering like that. That was the area where it's like I was disappointed we didn't hear about it, but I'm not mad about it. There's no reason to be mad about it because we know it's coming, and we know it's going to be coming soon. It'd just be nice to start to kind of see and get more information about it. That's before so we have an idea as to how they flesh some of the stuff out more. But I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about that here this next month, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I think he's really saving some of the best for last. And I think Chris wants to really, this is a tradition of his. He wants to really finish it out with a bang. He tries to do that every year. And I think this is not going to be an exception too, because they've been making a lot of strides. And I think he kind of held some things back to say, well, if we show all of this, what will we actually have for the end of the year? So he wants to go out on a good note. And I think he wants to also, before it's said and done, to allude to, hey, these are the expectations for Squadron 42. I think he wants to bring that to the table, but he wants to lead with something substantial to say, hey, this is gratitude, this is thankfulness, in show of appreciation. I don't think it's over yet because he said 9 patches in 10 months. So yeah. And this just in, Sandy just sent a X post of thanks to the organizers in Switzerland and the community for a wonderful event. She and Chris are sitting in the front row. It's a huge turnout. It's a huge theater, like a movie theater, and they're watching the event. He's sitting in the front seat. Sandy's on his right side. He's sitting there, and I think some devs are sitting with him as well. Let me see. Can I share this? Let me see if I can grab it. Okay, let me see. I think I can. I'm sending it. Let me see if I can post it for you all to see if this works. In general, I posted it in general. I'm gonna see if I can post it in Twitch. Come on, where the hell are you? There's general. Okay, there it is. All right, damn, right in my face. Copy. All right, Twitch. I'm posting this. Why isn't it posting? Hold on.
The guns are pretty cool though. This finally everyone's getting their space their space AK, and the 50 cal. That's gonna be something. Yeah.
Okay, I can fix. Wait a minute. I'm gonna drop this. Okay, 1 second. Okay.
When they get Maelstrom and when they get like the physicalized damage, like with armor and stuff, I wonder if that 50 cal will be something that'll be useful.
Maelstrom?
Against.
That's another thing they didn't mention.
Yeah, they didn't talk about any of that stuff. Like they didn't talk about any of those features at all. Maelstrom. That's fine. We know that is a process. I mean, yes, of course, it'd be great to hear more progress on that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if that 50 cal will be kind of armor piercing, especially against ground vehicles.
Yeah.
When they get that particular tech in there, if that's something that you can actually, that could be a risk, for ground vehicles, right? Because of its high kind of armor piercing ballistic.
Yeah, I think they're really starting to revamp what weapons are, energy, ballistics, and I think behind the scenes it has everything to do with Maelstrom to some extent. Trying to post this picture for you guys. Save image. Sorry, guys. But I know you want to see the image, so. The image. Drop it here. Okay, here we go. Here's your link, everybody. That's from Star Wars. Oh yeah, it was a lot of that. Okay, there's the image of Chris and Sandy. Yeah. You talking about the trench run? Are we talking about that trench run mission?
Yeah, the mission that flies right into the middle of the Death Star. Or I mean, not. Yeah, but yeah, basically, like it's Return of the Jedi.
Oh yeah.
I mean, very much fly right into the middle of the Death Star.
Return of the Jedi?
Yeah.
It was Return, or was it? Yeah, it was Return. Why am I? You said Return, and I'm thinking Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, the Death Star run, correct?
Yeah, when they flew into the Death Star to the center of it, and it's very, very much Star Wars-esque. Very, I mean, it's very Return of the Jedi, Death Star run.
No, here's my question. I'm gonna flip this. I'm gonna freaking flip this because I can, and it's appropriate. Was it the Star Wars movie or was it the X-Wing game? Hello.
Well, the way they did that whole scene and how you're flying through the tunnel, it's very much like what they did with the Millennium Falcon and some of the X-Wings in Return of the Jedi. And then escaping out in time as the flames coming. Very Return of the Jedi.
Have you played X-Wing Sky?
Yeah, like, I mean, I played many years ago, but of course that's also like, where do they get that inspiration from?
But
that was very much
big time
the Return of the Jedi scene.
Yeah, but it's crazy because that, in itself, you look at it as an individual and you're like, if you think you're gonna be Luke Skywalker and not have a support system, no, that's not happening. You won't be able to do that mission by yourself. That's a hardcore, hey, we got to do this as a group type of mission. With that said,
Luke doesn't blow up the Death Star in the first one if Han doesn't come out of nowhere and save the day.
Yeah, that's going to be a hardcore. Really, like, you got to do it as a group, no doubt about it. But it also says, are we about to get player counts to go up? How you feeling about binoculars?
Have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be
I'm
really
surprised
convenient.
Because the MSR is supposed to be like their ode to the Millennium Falcon, and they didn't use it. So.
Yeah, that would have been a great segue.
Yeah.
But then again, did the lawyers tell them not to do it?
I'm not aware of this one.
I don't know.
Did Toast tell them, say, no, you're not going to do that?
Binoculars are not something.
I have a feeling we'll probably see shards or DGSs for about 1,000 players when they add NICs across all three systems. So
that's the goal. 1,000 players.
They've tested up to 20 servers per DGS, but that's not what they're going to go to. They're probably going to keep it down to more like, I'm guessing, like 12 or probably more like 16, something like that. I don't know.
16 dedicated servers?
Yeah, per DGS, and so they have, they may go slightly more than that. I guess it kind of depends on where, and it won't be balanced. Like, it'll depend on where the demand of players are. They'll probably have like 6 just for NICs because everyone and their mother is going to go to NICs, and then they might have like 4 for Stanton and 4 for Pyro because the majority of the load of players are going to be in NICs. When NICs come out, everyone's going to be going to NICs, so they're going to probably have it more balanced like that on the initial, and they'll probably push it up to like 1,000.
That's handcrafting it. But the beauty of dynamic server meshing is that it should intelligently, or it should be able to discern where it needs its resources automatically. That's the beauty of it.
Right now they manually do that based on where they know what the player load's going to be.
Predictability.
Dynamic will take care of that for them
automatically.
When they get it. So
I'm excited for dynamic. We're starting to see it coming into the reality.
Next week when Alpha 432 goes live.
Okay. He said we're going live next week, so that's Monday. Anywhere from between Monday and Friday, we're going live.
I'm gonna go with probably Tuesday.
Get it out of the way, right?
And Wednesday is going to be the Vulcan test preview.
Okay, 432 after we go. 432 is next week, right? You're saying?
Yeah. I'm going to go with my guess be Tuesday or Wednesday, and also Wednesday be the tech preview.
So what's 4.3? What's going to be in 4.3?
What are you talking about? You mean 4.4?
Wait a minute. Are we at 4.32 right now, or 4.31?
Yeah, that's what's on the PTU right now. It's 4.3.2.
Okay, next week for that, right?
Yeah, that's gonna go live next week. I'm gonna go with Tuesday. Could be Wednesday.
Right.
Probably Tuesday.
Now 4.33. When is that?
There is not going to be a 4.33.
Oh, they skipping right to 4.4.
It's going straight to 4.4, which is going to be
Nice.
the IAE patch, but it's going to be the Nix patch.
Nice.
What we're going to get middle next week, probably Wednesday, is the Vulkan Tech preview, which will also then end up being very likely implemented with 4.4 when 4.4 comes out.
Yes.
But next week, Tuesday or Wednesday next week, 4.3.2 is going to go live. Unless they run into some major issue, which that they don't really have right now. It'll go live Tuesday or Wednesday. Wednesday, we're going to get the tech preview for Vulkan. And sometime between then and IAE, we're also going to be likely working on that tech preview for engineering. Hopefully, that also will mean that 4.4 will bring engineering as well. But engineering maybe doesn't make it in. It'll still be in tech preview at that point. So maybe it'll be like December when they drop it in. Maybe there'll be a 4.4.1. I don't know. But that's the sequence. There is not going to be a 4.3.3. 4.4 is the next patch after 4.3.2.
Very nice.
And that is the patch that will bring IAE in, but it's also the patch that's going to bring Nix in. Probably be the patch that gives us the new fully formed Vulkan, which we'll be testing next week. And hopefully engineering will be good to go for it as well. I'm hoping come
Very nice.
November. So we'll see.
Very, very nice. They're talking about crafting here, man.
UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor.
4.4?
For Star
maybe?
Citizen, crafting is our primary progression
year.
mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve, and those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items, it's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
Oh,
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore.
Wait a minute,
it's
y'all.
iron ore.
Fundamental change to
Did you guys see that in hiding in plain sight right in our faces? Remember they talked about enhancements and adding to the hangar module? There it is. There it freaking is.
how we handle resources in the game, the materials that you
range
collect,
room.
how you refine them, quality matters.
There's a range room.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able
Testing.
to have
Weapons
some
testing
quality
room.
materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
Weapons range.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft. And
Look at that room. I'm overthinking it. Where are they at doing this? He's at your bench, the fabricator, right?
the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use.
What is this room then? What is that room? What is that room? Oh, that's in the Idris. Dang it.
It's not just
But that's, yeah, that could be, yeah, you can craft in the Idris. What about your hangar? Your crafting machine. You can put it in
iron
your
ore
hangar.
anymore. It's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's
Nice.
essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you
Oh,
can
wow.
order it better, you can understand what you have. New
See the
resources that you're
fabricator?
collecting.
Did you guys see the
Get you
fabricator?
stats for the item that you desire.
Starting in the
And
background.
It's not just mining, it's essentially every
Is that a fabricator right
resource.
there? Or is that just a crate? Any kind of crate? Maybe. But what's the UI on that? Is that a fabricator?
we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to
It's like it connects to the machine. Yep. Sneak peek inventory.
inventory.
Yeah.
So that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see
You
what
know
you
what?
have.
The last time it was so busy, the first time we saw the sneak peek, look at it now. It's cleaner. Cannot fit inside capacity. Look at that. Capacity. Yeah.
That's the sneak peek I was talking about. They didn't talk about it at all, the
Yeah.
refactor of inventory, but they did give us a visual sneak peek, a short one.
Yeah.
So it is a lot cleaner looking. I
Yes.
do like the way it looks.
Look, the torso, the undersuit, arms and legs in that category, backpack, glasses, helmet, something here, something. Your magazines, loadout, your med pins. Okay, CIG, I see you. It is cleaner, much cleaner. And so it looks like you may be interacting with a SCU box. See that up here?
I think that on the right, might be. Is that the crafting SU inventory thing on the right side? Is that what that is?
Could be. Cannot fit inside.
Because you have all your personal stuff, your personal equipment, you know,
Yeah.
your armor, everything that's on your armor. So that's like your your
gear.
personal inventory setup
Mhm.
there. Not sure if the right is part of the crafting part of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But capacity 0 SCU. Interesting. Wow. But it looks much cleaner now.
You can order it better.
Look, okay, now you're back into whatever it was he was interacting with, it's gone. Look at this.
He shifted the personal over to the right. It's still on the left too, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. It's kind of why I was hoping like we'd see a little bit where they kind of go over this detail.
Yeah.
At CitizenCon, that's like I said, the areas where at this point I was kind of hoping that we'd get more information about this, get a little more details about where engineering is, like what it's going to look like, not just hear about the fact that it's coming.
Yeah.
I think that they're going to be probably more ready to give us more of that information here later on in the next month or so towards the end of the year. And I think it seemed to me based on what they did give us that they really wanted, since it's very, very limited and they didn't want to utilize or use up too many of the resources of people who are working on all this stuff, that they wanted to focus on the big ticket items for CitizenCon Direct and not focus on these smaller detail items like this, and maybe they want to give engineering its own ISC, give this maybe its own ISC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's your pickle, Ta. There's your pickles.
Yeah. Now, don't ask where he sticks that pickle, but you know.
Oh, well, I'm going forward. I'm going forward.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the
Getting the
existing ones.
sandwich.
Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start.
There it is, guys. Boom, right there in your face. No more hiding. He was directly to the point.
Quality materials that you
This guy may give us a maelstrom. Remember he did salvage and he said, well,
you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator.
it's a working
This
model.
will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later.
Kind of
look at the colors
implemented, that we can look through there and see it essentially 3D printing the items out.
It's a 3D printer.
I'm sure they won't probably have that visual aspect of us seeing it forming the object when they get out there. I hope they do kind of get to that point at some point where we can visually see it like building out through the object as it's forming.
You think you want them to do that, or is it?
I mean, they put a window in there. Why put a window in there if they don't have the hopes of you seeing like something happening as it's being formed, like as
Or how
like a
hard would
laser
that
beam's
be?
forming it out, whatever it might be. But yeah.
But look at this, guys. First sneak peek. Look at that.
And start
that holds this SCU material.
Personal items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined,
You need the blueprint there.
then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the
I didn't see
UI
that.
letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of
See
the
that?
item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later.
Sometime later.
You'll be able to get
Oh,
the
wow.
new crafting machine.
You may have to walk away for a minute. That's the developer's UI. Yes. It's going to be more GUI, graphical user interface, than anything. Put a G in front of the UI. Yep.
From shops in most landing zones.
Oh, it's going to be in shops in most landing zones. So it's going to be there for you.
For you to be able to buy them there.
Okay.
So you'll buy it at shops and landing zones.
Fabricator, you're saying?
Yeah, the fabricator, and then you can then pull it up from your freight elevator.
Yeah.
and you can place it in your hangar wherever
And leave it.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have persistent hangers. Okay.
Or tractor beam it around and stick it on a
There'll be
ship
some people
if you
that
want to
have
use
like
it from there.
30 of these things running, making stuff all the time.
Oh my God, yeah. All over the damn place. On every ship. We got some of the citizens going to do that.
There'll be
So it kind of supersedes repair in a sense.
That's a good question too. However much it's going to cost, everyone's going to want to get at least one, right?
You got to have one. I mean, it doesn't matter. Well, hey, newsflash, Medgel is how much? You got to have it.
Small amount.
It's not even an issue. Got to have it.
But there'll be people that you'll go to that they'll get that really work on like getting their blueprints. And they'll have their people that do their mining. They'll get their resources. There'll be people that you will go to for certain things because they're crafting like particular things, and they have the best of what's available. And not everyone's going to be getting blueprints for everything. It's not going to be like that. So there are going to be people that have whole operations for that, and they're going to be your resource for getting the crafted items. But everyone's going to want to buy one of these. They're going to get a blueprint for a thing here or there. Everyone's going to want to craft a little bit of something, but there are going to be some people that straight out of the gate are going to start running operations for very particular things, and they're going to have the best of those things because they're going to spend all their time with the group of people on the resources, the refining, getting the multiple fabricators, and getting as many of the blueprints for whatever it is that they want to do as they can. So
Question is this going to be universal to organics like flora and fauna that maybe you want to be able to craft, have the ability to craft Medgel, right? As opposed to having to buy it from a hospital, you may have to collect the flora and fauna and add it into a maybe organic fabricator.
blueprints you get credited
No
to.
idea. What I will do is it will facilitate more player-to-player transactions, interactions, just like with base building, what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Just getting this in the game will get more players involved with more players, including people that they don't currently know or interact with.
But you still have
more
to have a
trade-
choice.
More trades going to happen, more transactions between individuals, where we will start to build our own certain aspects of the economy. We'll start to build out our own because of this functionality coming into the game.
Yeah. But I think, yeah.
Your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the
values
blueprint
in the
for. So
blueprint.
it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The
Value is
advantage
gonna
of
be in the
crafting your own
blueprint.
items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops.
Oh,
You'll
damn.
be able
What?
to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster.
So wait a minute. What does this do to the Crucible and the Vulcan?
Maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against
I want that
elemental
armor.
effects. Or
Are those more
incoming
repair
fire.
ships?
You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming
Yeah,
in a
repair
subsequent
ships.
release.
What does that do to
We're
it?
happy with this initial
Oh, that
scope
repairs.
for
I
crafting.
mean, they'll still do repairing, right? I mean, but it's not the same thing as crafting, upgrading stuff, right?
Yeah.
But
hope
that
so.
being said, people will probably use it won't, because one's just repairing. Like it's not the same. You're not repairing something. You're crafting an upgraded version of it, right? That's what this is about. But that being said, well, I think people will probably use those ships and put crafting tables on there, and not just be able to repair ships, but they may have upgraded components when you go to their ships, because they'll be doing right there on the ship with this as a complement to the ship itself.
And get the testing
Yeah.
we need so we can release it when it's ready.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
People were saying this is dynamic server
We're bringing
meshing.
instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've
I
played
guess
any
in a way it
content
would
in-
be. So
Is this the new for instancing? Is that the new dynamic server meshing moniker?
Say what?
I mean, is this dynamic server meshing?
I guess in a way it is, because it will spin up, like you are being. These things will be instant, so you'll be separate from like the main DGS, where people won't come into your same instance
Right.
of these missions.
It's a part of it.
So I guess it would have to dynamically establish these instances, which they, in a sense, I mean, they kind of do that already
Mm-hmm.
with the hangars, but I don't know if they consider that to be dynamic server meshing with our
No.
instance hangars. So I don't know if they're going to officially call it that, but I mean, they are kind of, but because these may not necessarily spin up like a whole new server just for you,
No.
right? It may exist on the same server, but it may be
Coffee says
kind of
they do
separated
say-
as an instance within that server for you. That's not part of everything else. I don't know. It's kind of sort of like that, but you're probably not. They're probably not spinning up whole individual servers for your instance, as opposed to within a server spinning up like a virtual instance on that same server that kind of separates you, like they do with hangars, from everyone else at that location. So
He might. I think Coffee is saying that, and I think Todd's saying the same thing. Denver is saying they work together, but they're not quite the same. Let's see.
2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to
Okay.
say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most
love
MMOs,
you all,
a
man.
good balance between
is that
a
random?
dangerous overworld and the protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a
Oh, I love
beginning
that.
and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't
Scales.
fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience.
Yeah.
So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences
Oh, wow.
that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning
they
that
do
when you
consider
take
to
an
be kind of a
elevator,
form of that, yeah, for
exit the
sure.
elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join in open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangers currently.
I wonder
Let's
if
go
this
and
is
find
the
out what one of
majority
our
of how
first
they'll actually
instances
be
will
utilizing
be.
dynamic server meshing versus, like,
Siege
say,
of Arzen was an event
doing
we
it
did
switch,
previously,
like,
which
on a planet
created
scale, if
a
they're gonna
gameplay
mainly
scenario
focus
where
on
the player
doing it
had to
on
It's a
particular
switch.
instance event scale. I'm sure eventually they'll probably start doing it just like on a planetary and location scale, regardless, like based on player count. But this is a way to kind of mitigate excessive player count in a location when certain areas are, like when you're doing certain things at certain locations, those things can be instanced for your group. And so it is kind of dynamic in that way, but it's
They're
not necessarily
compatible.
doing it. It's not doing it in general for that location where it's adding more server capacity to handle more players together at the
There's
location,
distinct
which they
instances.
are going to be doing as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think this is like their first iteration of dynamic. They probably get this fleshed out, make sure it's working well, and then they'll probably then from there start implementing it on just locations in general, where it's not necessarily, instead of instancing it where you're at a location, but the other players that are there with you, the type of dynamic they're talking about where that location will actually have 300 players around you that you will
it's
see.
an isolated instance or experience. It's isolated to that particular group, but they're
But the wrapping
compatible where they can flip a switch and then open it back up to PvP environments or interactions. That's insane. That's freaking insane. They're still compatible because they can modulate between the two when needed. Dude, we're talking.
Right.
We're stuck on dynamic server mesh, and he's progressed it even further to say we do instancing. We can scale it and tailor it according to the number in your party.
Right.
And then when it's time to filter you back out, there's another seamless transition back into the world of PvP from the PvE world. That's
Eventually, like I
freaking
said,
insane.
like Dirk said, they'll scale this type of dynamic to like the PU itself, and where it's not just instance locations, but in the open locations, depending on the amount of load of players, they'll have spool up server for like a server just for that one location to handle the player load, rather than as is right now. There are locations that games where if there are 300 players in that location, like you may not see all those people. They're all there, but you can't see them because the servers can't handle them. So they break up players onto different servers at the same location.
Yeah.
For instances, they're going to be doing that always. But for the general PU locations, dynamic server meshing is going to be designed such that everyone will be there and you'll see everyone there. they'll spool up a server to handle the load at individual locations, rather than say like one server handling an entire planet. They may spool up a server to handle just this one landing zone in order to handle the 300 people that are there presently. And on top of that, they'll then also have their instance, which is still dynamic locations, where when you go there, it's just your group that's in that instance of that location. So there are two different types of dynamic server meshing that we're talking about here. The instance where you don't see anyone else at this location, it's just instance for you, but it's done dynamically. So it is a form of dynamic server meshing, where it is dynamic server meshing that's scaling up the amount of capacity for location dynamically, so that it isn't just your group that's there, but you can see at a landing zone every single person that's there, and the server can handle that because it's dynamically adjusting, for player load.
This is probably why it's taken a little longer, because he's added so much to the scope of this process. I think
instancing is 100% absolutely necessary for certain types of gameplay elements for the game, and it's going to be really good to get that in. This is a
good example right here.
Siege of Orison is a great, because the problem with Siege of Orison before,
it didn't have the dynamic or the
and because anybody could come in, and it was really easy.
It was laggy.
It's really hard to do the mission properly.
Rubber banding.
Super easy for anyone to come in and easily ruin everyone else's experience. Like, it's super easy. It wasn't hard for people to do that. So it was hard to accomplish the mission. It was easy to ruin the mission. They want to be able to like mitigate that, where someone doesn't have to do a lot of work to ruin everyone else's experience. And that's why, like, Siege of Orison and all these other ones, having instancing can really help mitigate the bad side that they will have no other way of resolve if they don't do this. So it'll make the experiences for everyone else way better. Yeah, it truly gave WoW the edge over exactly. And see, WoW does it. They had their server meshing. They have
hence why they're still here today.
Right. They do it. They do a lot of instancing. Which, imagine doing a WoW raid, right? Mm-hmm. Which is like some of these World of Warcraft raids are like hard, really hard. And imagine that in the midst of something that it's hard to survive and succeed at anyways, a group comes in and just ganks you. And it's hard enough for you to live without that happening. That's why, like, WoW has like raids, and you're in an instance. When you're in that raid, you're in your own instance of that. So it eliminates people doing easy things to ruin people doing hard things. Yeah. And Star Citizen needs that for certain aspects of certain events as well. And this is a great implementation of that.
That's awesome, man. And he said, I think by the end of the year, right, we're going to get the server meshing back. No, 2026, he said, I believe.
I think early next year, early next year, some of the next stuff they showed us is going to have the instancing, and then sometime next year also is when they're going to reintroduce this Siege of Orison, and it's going to be instance as well.
We'll see a marked difference. All right. I'm going to have Chris close it, and let's see what he say about things we probably didn't see, or things that he's holding back on purpose, so that he wants to close it the year out on a high note. I think he's alluding to something that they're working on.
That's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
Come on, Chris.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build the game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse
A
this
lot of
coming year.
consolidation in the gaming industry.
Yeah.
And it's not really a great thing for gamers.
No, it's what they are. But you know what though? It's called a self-inflicting wound because of the practices, the horrible practices of what they've been doing. It's no sad story for them. It's no heartfelt condolences on what they've done. They've been bad actors in a lot of this the whole time. Hence the reason why we are partly here, because of what they've done to the gaming industry or the players themselves, in the sense of mistreating not only the communities or the people who purchase and play the games, but the developers themselves, the horrible work practices that they put their developers under. So no heartfelt condolences on my end. It's just the fact that these are self-inflicted wounds by the industry, and so hence why those doors are shuttered, and you see migration from other game companies over to CIG themselves. So like you said, you can keep, you pay these reporters and these people to divulge information and really put a bad spin or attempt to put a bad spin on CIG. Well, guess what? You're reporting about the CIG will be the only, them and Rockstar, only two you'll be reporting on, because that's all that's basically left of decent games. So there you go. And you know who I'm talking about massively.
I think
overpowered.
Speaking of Rockstar, I think I heard they were doing a Red Dead Redemption 3. Is that
I
right?
wouldn't be surprised.
And Red Dead Redemption 2 was great. They did a great job with that. But knowing, first of all, seeing what they showed us yesterday, we watched today. A lot of it was really, really mind blowing. It was really next level stuff. And then on top of that, even the things that didn't. Yeah, the things they didn't show us but we also know are coming. Some of it very soon, end of year, this year as well.
Things, yeah.
And as well as some of the things that we know are coming next year. 2025 was a banner year for Star Citizen. People forget. It's easy how quickly you forget. It's easy to forget how much the game has changed just in the last year. It's easy to forget it. But the game has changed significantly from what we had for years. But for years, it was the same, essentially. We didn't really see any massive changes to the game for years.
So playable
The last
right
year, the last year, we saw a massive amount of change to the game. Next year is going to make this year seem like it was small.
Well, it won't really matter about what's coming into the game next year, because we'll be playing Squadron 42. That's the crazy part about it. I mean, where's all this time going to go? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Good point. But 2026 is going to be again the most monumental advancement of the game that we've had of any year.
It will be a CitizenCon for sure.
And that with being 2025 being honestly by far the most monumental advancement in the game, something that we waited on for years. Years we waited on these things to come, and a lot of those things finally came this year, 2025, and end of year last year, really this year. And yet more still to come this year. Next year is going to be a significant fundamental change to the entire game experience.
Yeah, Chris has the right people in place with him, and I think it's showing. And even his delivery is not so out there with these concepts. It's more grounded. It's more of here we are. And matter of fact, they've allowed him to give dates now. Next month, he broke his cardinal rule, but I'm so happy that he did because he's in a good place now. He's in a good space of telling us this is what I've seen, this is what I'm experiencing, this is what I know. We're gonna see Nyx, not next year. Next month. Let's go.
Literally in what? Let's do some math. 19, 18, 37 days. It'll be live.
Man,
that's when IAE starts.
Right, Perseus.
4.4. It'll be live.
Yep.
In 37 days.
Just to get into Nyx and see the chaos and all the stuff going on: mining, salvaging, raiding, PvP, PvE, EVA. Barter, the Grand Barter coming back. Anthony Tanaka, give him praise, man. Put some respect on Tanaka's name.
Yeah. In 11 months, they'll deliver 2 star systems. I said last year, not to toot my own horn.
Don't you do it.
But I did say last year we would get Nyx this year. And
he did it.
Almost no one, like that. Everyone thought I was crazy. It's like, you don't understand. Like, one, they got server meshing out and it's working. 2, we've seen the work they've done with Planetary Tech and the tools they're building. It's all about the tools they're building. Because they built the tools, the time to produce these things will vastly accelerate compared to what the process that they had to go through in the past. And all that's starting to come together now. And then we'll see Nyx next year. Last year I said this. There's already a couple of different CIG people that have already said 2 systems.
Yeah.
2 other systems as well.
That means Castra is not going to be too long far off the beaten path because it's procedural. Literally, it's procedurally done now.
Yeah, we had Stanton forever. Just Stanton, nothing else. For years. It took, first of all, it's like years to get Stanton. One planet at a time. And then we were stuck with that for years because they've been sitting out. Finally, it took them they had some hiccups. They had some, directional mistakes. Yeah. And realized we can't accomplish what we're trying to do with the systems and the tools we're trying to do it with now. So like these last 5 years, there is very much a directional change in where they're putting their time and effort. And it took us years to see it because it took them years to develop it. But because they finally got the development of these things, to a functional level, now we're starting to see.
They have the team in place for sure. There's no doubt about it.
The rate in which we're going to see change is going to ramp up significantly.
The series of events that took place, how it all started, where they went, the ups and downs, the triumphs, the failures, the breakthroughs, and the perseverance, and the steadfast commitment to what they wanted to see, what they were dedicated to work on so that they can see it and deliver it to the community, has been unwavering in all aspects. And at the same time, the same can be said about the community because they were unwavering in their passion, in their opinions, in their truth of their perceptions. And at the end of the day, it was the perfect storm that culminated to where we are and where we're headed to really soon and really fast, according to what they had to put together in accordance to a game, an MMO. And it resonates right now. We can see down that pathway. We see a glimmer of light, and it's beautiful to see because it really it's a framework of what we've been looking for quite a long time. It shames the industry in regards of what it really takes to make a truly great game. The pursuit of it is constant. So I'm gonna end it with that. Skyhawk, it's been a pleasure. Twix, Ty, Shimpasta, Coffee, everyone in chat. Thank you so much. We'll get back to this soon, but it's gonna be a busy week, man. But this gets me through. Knowing this and knowing that without Chris, man, I would have never met any of you. So another load of thanks coming towards Chris Roberts. Another load of thanks. Thank you, man.
I'm excited after CitizenCon. Like, we got some leaks, we got some spoilers for sure. Like, but so we kind of knew some of the stuff was coming, but all this stuff like literally coming very, very soon.
Yes, sir.
It's really something to.
Yeah, it is. Yep. And Quartermaster says there's a wipe coming, so take it with a grain of salt. He said it.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll take the wipe to get Nyx.
I'll take that wipe. I'll take that wipe. Everybody, man, 07s. All the best to y'all, man. It's always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for letting me come on and
man, my pleasure. And Skyhawk said he's going to do some streaming. He said he's going to do some streaming. We got to hold him to that.
I did, particularly when engineering comes. But if engineering doesn't come out with Nyx, if it comes like a little bit later, I may still just. I mean, come on, it's Nyx who's coming. So, but yeah, that's the plan.
Back, y'all. Let's get him back.
Hopefully, it's been like 7 years. So
pressure.
hopefully some people that follow my stream still show up.
No pressure.
We'll see. Yeah.
Awesome.
But thanks for having me on.
07, brother. Everybody, I was Skyhawk. All right, y'all. This is it. Signing off for the moment. And we'll see y'all soon. And happy thoughts. Let's keep it going, y'all. 07. It's about that bottom line, baby.